So started off with Cooper Dreer, starting off with a red light start there. The family Merc. 746.91 miles an hour. 8th mile all weekend. And I'm not sure who's behind the wheel to know, but it's either Rich Wellen or Colin Poist. In from that garden spot of Yucca Valley, home of King Richard McFarland. Well, I see a pattern developing here. Red light starts both first two cars. 672, 100 miles an hour is Alan Valvo. The Chevelle. Thank you, Alan. Took 3 cars to get a green light. Runs it through there. 620, 114 for the Chevelle. And through the 8th mile down there, top end, 643, 105. We'll start off with Cool Car. Cool Car. Ooh, there we go. 006 starts off. Well, you want to win some money tonight. It's going to take 006. Goes 580, 117. Finally, pairs Stephanie Paz, Cal Gordon. Stephanie in the Nova, Cal over here in the Mustang. So 006, best in class so far. So far. That might not last through this pair. Well, came close. Stephanie's 009. Ain't bad, but ain't 006. Cal goes 629, 110. Stephanie 642, 1106. And by the way, the lanes are open. You can come on down and make as many runs as you want. Like wear your car out. Bunch of door cars and no dragsters so far. It's open to everybody. Oh, 12 right side. Red light start left side. Maverick will get there first at 599, 114, 684. Oh, just missed that magical 100 mile an hour. 100.01. Somebody's got to go a perfect 100 today. Oh, both of them missing the tree there. .607 112 for the Mavericks, 646 2 105 for the Mustangs. Nova on the single run there, 677, 100 miles an hour. Oh, just missed by 8 thou, 100.08. I need a perfect 100-mile-an-hour run. Not that you get anything, but I feel the need for it. Dan McClellan, Little Mac will be, okay. I'll give him a break there. El Camino, we're going to go pairs. Way to go, Dan. Kevin's kid, by the way, in case you cared. .039 left, .052 right. Little Mac down there is 591, 128. Elky's 762, 87 MPHers. 60 on the tree. The Mustang down there top end. 608, 113. So single run left side for the Vega, which has the adjusted wheelbase, let's just say. 011 RED down there top end. Vega is 652, 103. Cooper Dreer, Greg's kid. By the way, test and tune lanes are open. You can drive right on around and come back in if you want to, just like Cooper did. $15 on the tree is Gerard. That Chevelle down there top end is 5, 6, 1, 1, 2, 3. And that's two things I need throughout the weekend. I need a mile an hour of 100 miles an hour perfect, and then a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Had it last weekend at the Technology National Series Biz, mile an hour, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Racers, racers, racers. I know you're all over at the dog pound getting the breakfast burritos, but it's Test and Tune Thursday, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. And it's supposed to be a tad warm. I'll look and see what it's supposed to be today, but we may need Shane Thompson today. Air conditioning, you know. Don't think we'll need the heater part, but we might need the HVAC part. So driver's license run, Test and Tune, come on down. 1 and 2, lanes 1 and 2 for Test and Tune, please. Come on down. On the driver's license run, 668, 86 miles an hour. By the way, we're supposed to be making our way up to 93 degrees today. If you need ice, we have it in the tower. $10 a bag, so just come on up. Mark Dawson will take your money like he always does. He's very good. He's very good at that. That's why I never get paid. I was kidding, Mark. Don't get all offensive about it. And by the way, if you have friends at home that can't make it here, well, you can yell at them and stuff. And why aren't you here? But it's live on the Famoso Drag Strip Facebook page, live and in color. And all our friends that already joined in on that Facebook page, glad to have you. I hope you're enjoying your recliner, because I'm not in my recliner. So again, test and tune lanes are open. Test and tune lanes are open for everyone, pro or super pro. Greg Vining, Nova Farside. Oh, missed the tree a little bit there. Well, it's test and tune. That's what they do it for. 582, 115 for the Avon. By the way, real quick, if you need race fuels, Mike Rogers, M&M Fuels, right inside the pit gate there. As you came in the gate, he was on the right-hand side, and you can ease on over there. See, I filled your tummy. Now you can fill your tank. I'm not sure. Never mind. We'll let that go. Finally, one of the long cars. So either Rich or Colin behind the wheel of the Nova. And finally, a long car. Dragster's 019 RED. 455, $150 for the Dragster. 664, 5101 for Colin or Rich, either one of the two, because they're trading. They're double entered. So the Nova getting right on down through there. 6'11", 102 miles an hour is Elliott Franco, Jeff Taylor. Jeff be the Dakota pickup truck. It's in Dodge. Elliott over here right side in that Michelob Ultra lane. This actually could be a pretty good race. Could be. Now, those guys will go and screw my whole program up. 017 right, 063 left. Well, that just ended that good race program. Elliott's down there 501, 135. Jeff Taylor's 576, 120. Cooper Dreher. Cooper's going to have to go buy gas. He's going to wear this car out before we go into eliminations. Yeah. Well, his dad knows what he's doing, kind of. Might be a stretch. Cooper, red light start. And 743, 91 miles an hour. Alan Volvo. Far side, the Chevelle, the three-way Chevrolet lane. O10 on the tree right side. Goes down through there, 574, 117. Allen is 606. 115 is Dale Schubert, C.W. Hofer. So Dale coming up to run the West Coast Classic. Well, actually, he wants to hang out with Wes Anderson because, you know, Wes is like pretty big time now because he won the national championship. But that's another story. And C-Dub over there, he's won a race or two or three or four or five or six. The bird out of Calamasa. It's going to be best on the tree here. Dale's in. C-Dub's in. C-Dub's 13 on the tree. Dale is 23 on the tree. Dale's 547, 123. C-Dub's 720, 93 miles an hour. Brian Schubert, the old man's car. So Brian going to take a single run. Little Mac going to come up. Dan McClellan in the Big Mac Racing Roadster. Where's Papa? He's probably still in bed. Brian is 002 RED. And 625 7106. Now we'll go back to pairs with the El Camino and Dan McClellan. Oh, Little Mac's 27 on the tree. Elky's 44. Little Mac is 5.92, 128. Elky goes 763, 87 miles an hour. Cal Gordon, it's Sasha Hofer. Like these two haven't raced like a gazillion times. Cal and the Mustang and Miss Sasha, a couple of prime time players. Better the two reaction times to Sasha. Cal Gordon, 6:30, 107. Sasha, 7:28, 792 miles an hour. Petey Booth, the Porsche, and the Camaro. The Booth twins out there. Been a while since Petey's been on a 3 amber tree. Well, that ain't a bad start, 013. But the guy in the other lane's 007. Pete goes 5, 6, 6, 6, 1, 1, 2, 3. Just miss it. Just miss that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 644, 5, 104 for the El Camino. Dennis Paz. This guy's pretty good. The Pazmobile. Dennis Paz, 015 on the tree. The El Camino got to get down through there. 675, 99 miles an hour. Everybody's taking a shot at that 100 mile an hour. Dave Beckwith, the stunning Nova far side. And cool car. I'm going to put this big old Impala in my fantasy garage to start off Thursday morning. By the end of the day, my garage will be so full. It may be a Biscayne, Jay. It's a possibility of it being a Biscayne. I can tell you one thing, far side's a Nova. I got that right. Or an Avon in tribute to the late. Yeah, turn it around, stand upside down. By the way, that Avon's in tribute to our good friend John Nickel. And rest in peace, buddy. 26 left, 049 right. Nova. Dave Beckwith, 529, 130. Lady Impala, 647, 104 for the Queen Mary. Sunday, Tim Arnswald. In from that garden spot of Coachella. Tim Arnswald, 029, 731, 91 miles an hour. Jeff LaSalle. Right side, and the pickup left side. Down there, top end. It's going to be the Michelob Ultra Lane. Jeff LaSalle, 30 on the tree, 651.7. Pickup truck is 59 on the tree and 655.7. And I told you Cooper Dreher is going to wear this car out. And Cooper down there, top end, is 746.1, 91 miles. Chris Johnson on the bye run there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. The Mopar is 5857114. Another driver's license run here. And then Joe Gieslich, Joey Trotsky. Lanes are open. Come on down. Lanes are open. Come on down. That means you can run. So we'll pair up with two of the quicker cars today with Joe Gieslich, far side. That's the shop owner here in Bakersfield. And Joey Trotsky, the long wheelbase altered out of Ventura. Attention to pits, attention to pits. If you happen to have a pair of 16-volt batteries, no, I won't make any statement. Serious business. Bring them up to the tower. We will get them. We have a racer in need. A pair of two 16-volt batteries. That's two. Just bring them up to the tower. Or come and see me at the tower because I don't want you to drag them up here. So, again, if you have a couple of spare 16-volt batteries, bring them to the tower, please. Or you don't have to bring them. Just come up and tell me. Yeah, drag them all up. Oh, Joe Gieslich way better in reaction time down there at 29. He goes 492, 139, Joe, 485, 148, Joey in the alt. Oh, finally, the guys. What's wrong with the long cars? The lanes, the tested tune lanes are full of a bunch of door cars. Well, yeah, finally, Sophie Camber listened to me. Way to go, Ronnie. So here we go. The Dodge Daytona. 37 on the tree. Wow, 480, 144. It's not stock. C.W. Hofer. Oh, so it's going to be C.W. Hofer, Stan Deming. That'd be fun. We'll talk about reaction time. So C-Dub going to take a single run. Then we'll get Novas. Novas, everybody wants a Nova. C-Dub's 24 on the tree. Just to be fair, C-Dub's been 24 and 29 on the tree. 717, 93 miles an hour, C-Dub. Now we'll go Novas with Stan Deming in from Idaho. A racing Deming family. By the way, if you have a pair of 16-volt batteries, just come and see me in the tower. You don't have to drag them up here. Seriously. So stand left, taking on the one, a couple of D6 cars. Mike Ames would be proud. Which is, I'm not sure you want to brag about that. Ooh, 35 left, 20 right. That's a good race. 609, 112 right side. The Stanmobile is 620, 108. Stan was 35, right side was 20 on the tree. Mark Burkhardt and the Mustang. By the way, Mark's in the dragster. Mustang with a move off the starting line. Mark down there 454, 151. Mustang goes 646, 105. On the single run, ooh, 006 RED. You know what? That happens in eliminations. 664, 102 getting down through there. $49 red in the pickup truck, and problems for the Chevelle. Pickup truck 769, 95 miles an hour, and the Chevelle coasting down there. Not a good way to start your tested tune, but hey, that gives you time to fix it. 1163 to 46 miles an hour. Pearson Demings, he's over there far. Oh, we got a couple of X bodies. Well, that's prior to the citation. You didn't know that, did you?
I did know.
Okay, way to go. So Pearson left, Randy right. Pearson took home some cash at this race last year, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. And I'd have to look at the list, but I'd wager to say that he jumped into that that Hughes Performance $25,000 shootout tonight. Bump, like them second lights. Pearson's in. We're all in. Randy's in. Oh, Randy made the move at 20 on the tree. Pearson was 48. Pearson, the quicker of the two down their top end at 651, 104. Randy, 688, 98 miles an hour. Sunday, Tim Arswald and Mark Mayashiro. The Torco Race Fuels. And that, excuse me, that is Mayashiro. I don't write them, I just read them. Tim's in from Coachella, which he's probably got a jacket on because I bet it's 105 in Coachella right now. Warming up to a balmy 115. I'll look to see if I'm right. Yeah. No, there's no concerts this weekend. Tim lives about a mile from the polo grounds out there where they have Coachella Fest and Stagecoach and all that stuff. There we go. Okay, light to second light. We're in and set. 21 red, Mayashiro. 32 green is Tim Arswald. Mark goes 491, 138. Tim 730, 91 miles an hour. And it's either Witch Welland or Colin Prost, far side. I'm not sure. They're trading off. And Alan Valvo. Alan Chevelle will be the quicker of the two. Allen's 24 on the tree. Nice move off the starting line. And 616, 114. Oh, look at that. 100 miles an hour. Thank you, guys. Wow. I didn't think we knocked. Now, I'm going to go out on the limb and say we will not see that again for the entire weekend. It's way to go, Rich and Colin, whoever's willing. Gerard Hawley, the Chevelle. Oh, wow, Gerard's getting pushed off. That's like a big-time player with problems. And I can't believe Ronnie Canberra's doing manual labor. I know the guy's a track to. Well, I don't like to see him do it all the time, but it does happen. But got Ronnie Canberra to help out. Sophie Canberra, the Canberra Speed Shop, Team Car. Miss Soph, Dad Ronnie, and Mom Lori's probably still asleep. Boyfriend Ian in the house. Or I should say sweetheart or something like that. Sophie's going to start off the morning with a 5:07. Sophie's 40 on the red. I think I said 5:15, didn't I? Okay, that wraps my hour. Jay Case, I'm going to slide in here and tell you for the next 5 minutes before he gets tired and worn out and all that stuff. Sasha, Jesse, next pair.
Hey, Mike, thanks a lot. Good looking door car. That beautiful Nova. Nice. Jesse doing the driving over there. Alongside one of the many in the Hofer stables. Speaking of folks that might have took a little money out of here last year, did pretty nice. Pretty sure we're going to see a few of them in the shootout tonight. $25,000 used performance shootout. 64 cars, somebody leaves with $25K. Not a bad day at work. Sasha, 06 off the tree. Wagon out in front, gets her first with a 639. That's a nice running piece right there. 639 in the great big wagon, 107.19. 726 at 92 miles an hour for Sasha Hofer. Door car versus dragster out here.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Trying just a little too hard. Negative 021 light. Look at the dragster out with a 008. Then runs 433, 160. Mike, what's the quickest car we've had go down the track so far? That 433's got to be close. Rhino Rush. Corvette gets the only green light out there out of the two. Dragster red by just 0.03 of a second. Dragster flying as well, 450 at 152 miles an hour. 134 is the speed for the door car. I should say the Roadster. And Corvette Roadster runs through it at 514 at 143 miles an hour. Well, it looks like a street car. Ram Air Formula. Again, of course, there's a lot of folks that just got in here and headed straight to the lanes, which you can do anytime as we have open test and tune. If there's any chance, the Dog Pound might even have a couple of breakfast burritos left. You might want to squeeze on by and see if you can pick one up and carry it on back to the trailer. Big and tasty. That's an oops. Pontiac Power gets there with 704 at 95 miles an hour. It's going to bring up a little bit of cleanup here, actually. Dragster kind of taking his time moving on down the track. Guys, we do want to remind everybody, if you do have something happen like that and your vehicle is good, no oil coming out of it, no problems like that, do us a favor and kind of mosey on down there. Don't just, kind of dilly-dally, because there's a possibility that somebody's sitting there at the start line getting nice and warm and thinking warm thoughts about you at the same time. So please do not take your time going down there if you've got a capable car. If for any reason you don't have a capable car, you think there's something wrong, pull it over to the side as quick as possible. We can clean up a puddle in about 5 minutes. It takes a stripe about 45 minutes. If your dad was Mac and your granddad was Big Mac, are you sure you'd be a Little Mac? Well, I'll tell you one thing though. This McClellan family has the ability to put on wind lights all day long. Speaking of wind lights, Dennis Paz driving that 1960 and 5 or 4 El Camino. This is McClellan's third pass down the track. He's 0-2-1 off the tree. Mr. Paz right next to him, 0-3-2. Roadster, real nice, 589 at 129 miles an hour, 760 at 87 for the El Camino. Big, long burnout on the Camaro. And up from San Diego, looks like Sir James has mounted up, bringing the Mopar-powered Mopar. Don't necessarily see that a whole lot. Wow, I haven't seen this guy at the racetrack in a long time, but he has obviously seen a few racetracks. Double 08 for Sir James. He runs it through, goes 572 at 121.6. 05 off the tree, over in the three-way Chevrolet lane at a 617 at 109 miles an hour. Steve Williams retired. Now he's a new entrepreneur. That's sitting in a chair, watching TV, doing what you want to do. Worked hard for a long, long time. Now he's out having some fun. Steve Williams, this car might be the quickest one out here, and it goes 4-4-4. Not quite as quick as the 4.33, but it definitely a nice quick pass. 4.44, 157 for Steve as he runs through, gets off the tree with an 0.2. Again, if you're just getting here, I'd like to remind everybody that we are running open test and tune. I also want to remind you, if you are in the Quick 64 and do not buy a test and tune tech card, you will get a time shot later this afternoon before elimination starts. But if you want to get a couple passes in, and we've seen quite a few people that we know are in the shootout doing that. So far, we've seen, well, I think actually the next pair we're going to see has been down the track about 7 or 8 times so far today, which is absolutely cool. Nice 01 light for the dragster. Through the other end, 469, 146. That thing's not fooling around. Big mile an hour. Cooper's a pair. Cooper Chung driving the dragster alongside Cooper Dreher. So it's kind of funny because we nicknamed his dad 007 because the first time he comes to LACR, like a 16-year-old kid, he shows up and he pops a 007 light on somebody like like Steve Cox or somebody, that big name guy who thought, well, look at this kid. And doesn't appear that the acorn falls too far from the tree, as this kid's been putting them down also as well. Gets off the tree with an 03 there. Dragster, beautiful 01. Then goes 5.09 at 134 miles an hour. Cooper's Little Mercury. I'm going to buy me a Mercury and run a 744 at 91 miles an hour. Again, folks, the lanes are open. It's open test and tune. You want to make one pass, you want to make 100 passes. You might not get to that 100 number, but you can at least try. Doing a license pass right here. Oops, red. And I mean, now it's almost a red. It's a 006 red is what it was. Making a pass round through there. This is, I think, license pass number 5. So it'd be about a 3/4 pass. 598 to the 8th mile. Okay, back to test and tune. Well, Mike, those dragsters you were looking for have started finally showing up. You know, maybe people that own dragsters, you know, they sleep in a little later. Another red light off the tree. 646 at 104 miles an hour for the door car. CW off the line with a beautiful 023 light. Negative 002 over here in the Michelob Ultra lane with a 464 at 151.7. That is a bunch of top end for that car. Only 464, but ran 150 plus. Boom. How about an 0-2 off the tree and a 451 at 152? So we are starting to see some of these guys dragging out the serious business. Bunch of big blocks. Another license pass coming your way. Looks like a junior comp dragster. Sounds like a junior comp dragster. .638 at 107 miles an hour. So that's a 638. Here's Alan Volva driving the Big block Chevelle. Since the last time I've seen Alvin, looks like he's done a little bit of suspension work. Nice looking machine. Both cars lifting the wheels off the line. Mustang hanging in there, man. Matter of fact, the Mustang doesn't exactly beat Allen there, but he was quicker in ET. Allen with a 069. This thing was tight. There's no one stripe down at the other end. 610 loses to a 611. Pretty cool number. How about being 7777X?
That's either Colin or Rich.
Right. I think Colin or Rich.
Colin Poise.
Okay. Well, later on, when all the tech card information is put in there, and obviously during the Silver State West Coast Classic, you can run your friend's car, you can run your friend's mouth, but you can't run your friend's car and your friend's mouth. But you can run 2 cars, 2 categories, 2 drivers. So if you got a buddy that wants to loan you a car and you need to take a second shot at it, that might not be a bad way to go. Larry Becker driving the dragster, taking his time, staging her up. Got the professor there lining him up. Red light for the Jeep. Dragster out. Green goes 492 at 139 miles an hour. Jeep goes 697 at 95 miles an hour. First call. All right. Funny, I never ever heard anybody ever yell that before. Now, last call, we've heard that a couple times. Well, we still haven't seen anybody beat that 433 yet, so wonder if one of these guys is capable. Both cars strong all the way through the other end. 475, 143, 513, 137. So the answer to your question is not yet. Well, these cars look a lot alike, and their lights aren't that far apart. Let's just call it Nova goes 612 at 112 miles an hour. Nova goes 642 at 106 miles an hour. Pretty much they were white. Novas. 007 to the red. Ouch. Wheels up launch. This is license pass number 5. This should be your first full dig. .597 at 116 miles an hour. Brad Pierce driving the Goldmine Corvette. Little did he know when he started driving it, Mustang goes red off the tree. Brad goes 009. The many-time winner. This car has picked up some big pieces of cash at different times in its life. 632 at 119 miles an hour. Good-looking little Mustang. How about you 605, 114? Not bad at all. Okay. My favorite racing truck is a 1974 Chevy Love McAdoo. If I ever build another race car, it's going to be a McAdoo. It's got to be. I mean, it might not be a Chevy Love, but I'm going to call it McAdoo anyway. Wow, wheels up launch for the little Chevy Love 012 off a tree. Dragster blows by him at about half track, goes 471, 146. The McAdoo. I'm actually not sure it's a McAdoo model, but the Chevy Love 593 at 113 miles an hour. Man, I'm glad somebody's still racing one of those. One of the Duchel Corvettes coming back on the Ricky Corvette. It's kind of like knowing your cats, the two Corvettes that are pretty similarly painted. And no, but they have color, Mike. You don't paint your cats. You paint the neighbor's cats. Corvette off the line with an 01. Red light over there for the, I'm going to call that a 1974 GTO just because I can. 678 at 99 miles an hour for the GTO. I'm going to stick with it till they tell me something different. 589, 117 for Ricky's Corvette. Ricky with an 01 reaction time. So that's where you sing, Ricky, don't lose this number. I think Ryan's driving the Corvette that we have over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane, and a good-looking little 64, 65 style Nova. David Beckwith doing the driving. Wow, what a nice clean launch for Dave. Dave gets out with an 007, runs 529, 130, 556, 125 for the Corvette. Ryan doing the driving. We're sitting there holding on pickup trucks pretty good at this event, which is cool because everybody likes to see the pickup truck come. Kind of a cool old coupe. I'm going to call it, as Mike would say, a cool car. Oh, man, he went from a 006 to a 01 red. Sonoma or S10, haven't seen the emblems yet to know the difference. 726 at 96 miles an hour. Another pickup truck hitting it another really nice light. 01 goes 658 at 102 miles an hour. Kyoka Dessa driving the Lat Oil sponsored dragster that's backing up over here in the Michelob Ultra lane. Maverick? Great character name. Interesting car. Ford decided that they didn't have enough cars that size in 1969 or 70, so they decided to start building these. Made a really interesting pro stock car out of the four-door ones. But they never really became the gun that carried fame as compared to the Camaros and the Mustangs and the other Sitch. Staging up. Tree comes down. Everybody's green. Dragster out with a nice 023 light. Goes 486 at 140. That Maverick runs real nice. Anyway, might need a little buff out on the paint just to make it perfect, but 597 at 114 miles an hour. Man, we're going to classify that one as definitely a sleeper. A 1973 Vega GT wearing the factory colors, orange and white. Dragster over in the three-way Chevrolet lane, coming back from the burnout. Red light for the Vega, 02 for the Dragster. Dragster's fast. This one's good. 471, 145. Vega running real nice. You know, wearing factory colors and all. 656 at 103 miles an hour. And no, somebody did not kick over a beehive. Abigail Rogers. A lot of times somebody'd have to go to a junior dragster meet to see one of these. Going to run this car in the brackets today. Be kind of interesting. We know that these cars have a lot of gears in them. It's basically a pretty decent-sized motorcycle engine and a junior dragster chassis is kind of the combination. And with a few minor modifications, you can bring it right out and start running the brackets with it. 03 red off the tree, popping through the gears, heading through the 8th mile. 687 at 97 miles an hour. Nice pass. That'll work. Gary Minaka. Saw him out here earlier. Gary, I guess at a point when you live long enough, they finally just call you a veteran drag racer. A veteran of Orange County and many other drag strips that have long gone away. But he's still out there hitting it week in and week out. Gary's heading somewhere. He's hitting it. He's hitting it. Mike, you are so bad. So bad. Look at this. Up against the 76er out there. Oh, 01 light. Beautiful. 650 with a 1 at 104 miles an hour. Gary goes 02 and then runs a 536 at 128. So that's some folks that plan on trying to get some money today. Mark Miyashiro. John Victorino showing up. The official name would be a bass cart, but some people call it a shopping cart. But they actually call them bass carts in the industry. In the grocery industry. How about you? 001 off the tree. Then 493 at 138 for the dragster. Victorino's car runs right through there. Well, no, I'm thinking she's down a little bit there. 842 at 78 miles an hour. You never know. He may have a plan. Dragster off line 03 runs a 456 at 150. 622 for the 76 Nova. They're all 76s. There seems to be like a crowd of them. Nice 024 light. Three-way Chevrolet lane getting down through there. 108 miles an hour. Not bad. Not bad. This might be our high mile an hour for the 8th right here. This is Joey Trotsky. Runs the Nostalgia Dragster class a lot. Hoping to see maybe a 155 out of him. I do believe he has put on the throttle stop. 493, 139 for the dragster in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Joey runs a 520 at a 144. Front motor dragster rolling in the three-way Chevrolet lane alongside. That is Dale Torres. Okay. This is the Mustang Mike was talking about earlier. This one also is pretty well getting ready to put the Sleeper of the Year award away. Looks like he's practically on street yep, it is street tires. I guess that does happen. 330 feet of smoking tires. Dragster 01 off the light and then goes. 546, 124. Mustang cleans it up from going sideways, and he runs 1023 at 77 miles an hour. So need a little sticky. 65 Malibu SS. It's funny, for a split second, I got taken back 20 years in time. The light is a negative .499, which would have been 1 thou off of perfect just not so many years ago. 06 off the tree. Over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane, runs 666 with a 9 at 102 miles an hour. Yikes. Sophie bringing a dragster up. Came out to do a little bracket racing this weekend. Dragster's a pair. Still red. Sophie goes 0-1-3-1 to the red side. 430, 161. There's your new fast car right there. Division 6 dragster did not catch that name. He was kind of going by a little on the fast side. How about he starts out with a perfect light? Congratulations for that. Now I definitely got to do a little research on this guy. Who is this masked man? Goes 0-0-0. And then runs 161 mile an hour at .79. Yeah, 430, 161.79. That, and, oh, by the way, and the perfect light, just to throw it in. Probably some guy out of Idaho would be my guess. All the good numbers come out of Idaho. Wow. Corvette Roadster versus Dragster. Roadster gets away first with a 006 light. Nice light there. Goes 514, 134. Dragster 015 light. Man, there you go. You drop out an 015 light and get treed by 9 thousandths of a second, and then still run 457 at 150 miles an hour. The early Cooper goes 580 after putting on a red light at 117. Not a bad running machine right there. 586 at 118 miles an hour. Mr. LaSalle bringing in the big block Mopar. Jeff LaSalle. I'm sorry. Alongside Cooper Dreher. He's definitely going to get the most passes of the day award. Even if he stops now, I don't think anybody could catch him. This, I think, is pass number 8 for Cooper. You can always tell the guys that race on pump gas. Cooper goes red by 0.06 of a second. LaSalle's machine out with a green light. Red car, green light. 6:48.104. That is pretty much standard fare for that machine. So for those of you that are watching the live stream, yes, Jeannie, I am announcing in Bakersfield. Oh boy, another fast dragster. 4:67, 146, 02 off the tree. Are they all 76 Novas? 04 off the tree runs a 687 at 98 miles an hour. Saw Gieslink out. Oh no, he's still getting ready. Sounds good. Goes good. 441, 158.9. Okay, taking a couple seconds here to just double check the track, make sure everything's going good. So when you got the shared car, we're just going to really have to wait until we're all set up in the categories. Colin thinks driving a machine. .642 over to three-way Chevrolet lane, 105 miles an hour, 676. Almost got Mikey's favorite 100 there, just missing it by 31 hundredths. Well, we've had a couple perfects, Mike. We've had your 100 perfect. We guess we're still waiting on our 150 perfect. Mike says he doesn't care about 150 unless, of course, he was in it at the time. Single pass for a dragster goes 573 at 117 miles an hour. Kristen Sudan on the left side and over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Joe Giesling driving the Mazir-sponsored machine. Krista carries the crown out here. Two-time reigning, as I've been informed, track champion. Not bad. Doing some pretty good work over there. Well, it's easy to see why Krista's track champion. 0-1 off the tree, 486, 126, or 483.6 at 126. Joe goes through 490 at 140 miles an hour. Tim Arnswald, 67 Camaro, leaves the line red. CW doesn't. He leaves the line with a 008. Tim runs through 731 at 91 miles an hour, 725 at 92 for CW. That is that pretty much is standard fare for that machine right there. 00 light, and then runs just about there every single pass. Dragster backing up, taking his time. Not quite sure what's going on here. Do want to remind everybody that if indeed you would like to get in some passes, right now is open testing. It's open testing for anybody, any category that has purchased a Test and Tune Tech card. If you filled one of those out, you come on out and have some fun. Red light off the line. 469, 148 for the Dragster in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Want to remind anybody, if you happen to be in the 64 car, $25,000 used performance shootout tonight, if you'd like to get in extra passes, you will get one. Obviously, if you're signed up for the shootout, we'll call you to the lanes when it's time to do that. But if you'd like to get some in and you did not purchase a tech card for today's Test and Tune, swing on by, swing on down to the trailer just down below the tower and sign yourself up. Shiny red 67 Chevelle. It's like running about a 9x30 slick on it. Sounds pretty strong. Made their way down from somewhere in Division 6. Where is Mike Ames when you need him? Like we ever would. Pop tires off the line, goes 661 at 102.8 miles an hour. more red Chevelles because you can never have enough, actually. Uh-oh, they're pushing this one off. Everybody's backing out here a little bit. Shut them down here for just a second. Well, the good news is it's early in the weekend. The bad news is you're getting pushed off and you're trying your first pass. So hopefully things can be straightened out in a hurry. Also want to remind everybody, as the sun starts to get high in the sky, don't forget we've got ice. It's cold. It's delicious. A lot of people don't enjoy ice like I do, but it's cold and delicious. That's all you need to know. And we sell it up here in the tower. We'll get back to action here in just a couple seconds. Get everything all straightened out. Want to remind everybody there's a possibility down in the dog pound. There may be, got to swing by and check, one more breakfast burrito. You know, breakfast burritos can be lunch. Matter of fact, this breakfast burrito could be breakfast and lunch. You could call it a brunch burrito. Kind of like before the tree activated there, but we got a light, or we got a time. We got 6:43, 104 miles an hour. You know, there's guys that just walk out to the garage one day and they say, you know, this old Jeep really should be an altered. And there you go. Looks like a little center steer roadster over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Good looking machine that can't even see the number on it. That's how stealthy this machine is. Red light for the Jeep. Near perfect. 005 for the Roadster. 568 at 119 miles an hour. Again, racers, if you're just getting here, and I see there's still cars lined up at the gate, don't forget that purchase a Test and Tune Tech card, because right now we have open testing. Means come one, come all, and come as many times as you want. Ooh, man, Dragster tiptoeing down the center line. Still ends up with a 451 at 152 miles an hour. It's going to be hard-pressed, I think, before we see somebody beat that 161 that we saw earlier. .591, 117 miles an hour for the three-way Chevrolet door car making his way down through there. Oh. How about you? 009 for the junior comp off the line. Then goes 666 with a 5 at 101 miles an hour. That's playing material right there. That little thing get lost in your rearview mirror and then come up and sneak up on you. So be an interesting little bracket race we're going to see out of that machine today. Or tomorrow. Or all weekend long as the Silver State West Coast Classic. Today, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, got it all. Dragster on a single run. Sounds strong. Let's see how she goes. O2 for the dragster, 460, 150. Nice pass. All the way around. Lots of zeros. Dragster on a single pass. .455 at 151.89 miles an hour for the dragster. Pedro Valadez driving the Firebird. Good-looking machine. Alongside Shelby Williams. Think this will be Shelby's first pass. She might have made one earlier. Red lights, both sides of the tree. 012 red for Pedro. Shelby 017. Pedro runs a 704 at 95 miles an hour. Williams machine runs a 622 at 109. Here you go. So far, I'm going with this great big bright green Chevy. There are some pretty cool cars out here, but this one just might take the Pretty Cool Cars award. Chevy pops a little wheelie and gets off the line first, goes 647, 103. Dodge Daytona runs around him right at the finish line lights with a 570 at 117 miles an hour. Here's somebody might be giving Cooper a run for his money and most number of passes in one day. Little Malibu out here. Malibu SS, mind you. Running the dragster. Wow, that dragster's kind of fast. 455, 151.09. Michelob Ultralane 668 at 102.5 miles an hour. I guess 67 just settled into being a couple of pretty neat-looking cars. 67 Chevelle out here alongside what I believe is a S10. I'm going with S10. I'm sticking to it.
Probably a Mickey Doo.
It's not. You know, the Love truck came before the S-Series trucks did, Mike. Absolutely. I know. And there was never an S10 Mickey Doo. There never was. You had to get the Isuzu Love Truck. I know. I remember I got one in New Car Prep, and it was like, what is this thing? And it was so cool. All right, we're not talking about anybody's lights on this one. 660 at 102 for the really good-looking Chevelle. 697 at 96 for the pick-em-up truck. Thought this was Jesse driving this. Now we're going with Ryan Humard driving this good-looking 66 Nova wagon. Ryan out there all by himself, and Mike has made his presence here, made it known. Ryan gets out with 0.1. First pass and all, 638, 107.95. Got just enough time to get in another 76er.
If you need to charge your phone.
Nice. Beautiful 015 light off the tree. Running straight and just as quick as you can. 610 at 112 miles an hour for the little 76X body. There's plenty of them there. And looks like we're going to have a bright yellow dragster and Mike's favorite Mustang. Speaking of Mike English, welcome back.
I never left, Jay Kaysen, but thank you very much, I think. So, Kyoki Dessa in from Las Vegas. And yes, I do dig this Mustang that runs like 6 O's. That's like way fast, But Dessa's car, far side, that thing's pretty fast in itself. The LAT Racing Oils team car, the three-way Chevrolet lane. Dessa is 0094885 138. Mustang goes 6503 105. Chris Johnson, far side. That's the Mopar. And I won't say what they talk about. Wow, neither one of them going to make the honor roll, my honor roll for reaction times. But Chris Johnson down there, 591, 115, Novas 6800, 100.04. Almost got that perfect, joined Rich and Colin in that perfect 100-mile-an-hour club. As Alan Volvo, door car dragster matchup. Allen, the move off that start line 41. Dragster goes 4.760, 143. Allen Valvo 6.15 114. It's Sasha Hofer, the Firebird. And the Dragster. My money's on the Dragster. Now, reaction time wise, this actually be a pretty good one here. Oh, that double 0-1. And 439, 156, 4390, 156. Sasha's 53, 730, 91 miles an hour. Cal Gordon and Richard Leo. Cletus in the Chero, Cal in the Mustang. '13 RED Richard Leo, 72 green Cal Gordon. Cal 606 111. Cletus 720, 93 miles an hour. And Petey Booth, stymied far side, the Hughes Performance Porsche, the Monaco Brothers Racing Porsche, and either Rich Llewellyn or Colin Proist. It's time trials. We'll get into eliminations, we'll know. But by the way, Rich and Colin, the first 100 mile an hour run today. Exactly 100.00. You get nothing for that. But the accolades and all that stuff and everything. $33 left for Petey, 35 right for Rich and Colin. Petey goes 5, 6, 5, 8, 1, 2, 2. Colin and Rich are 678, 499 miles an hour. Bill Patello, that farmer for C's Candy. I know what we're having for lunch. And Sunday, Tim Arnswald. Patello deep staged. How about this? 013 moves second and goes 5 flat 141. Sunday Tim, perfect reaction time. It's 7:29.9. So Sunday Tim, trip, zip, nothing but goose eggs, perfect. And I believe it is Paige Smith driving the family Chamel, if I'm not mistaken, because Tyler normally drives it, but Tyler, get away from your sister. And Kyle Raposo in from Hawaii. That Racing Raposo family. By the way, Dad won the Wally Parks NHRA Nostalgia Nationals last weekend in 7-0 Pro. There we go. Pre-staged. Kyle's in. Paige is in. Oh, Kyle is 005, 469, 146. Paige is 613, 111. Cooper Dreher. So Cooper rolls up left side. I believe he's put 150 miles on it this morning, 8 mile at a time. Jeff Pad, the Padmobile right side. Cooper is red again. Oh, Pad goes 011, 455, 151. Cooper, 747, 90 miles an hour, and he got that red light itis thing. C-Dub Hof. A pair of Firebirds. Different generation. C-Dub, 28 on the tree. Right side, 37, 724, 692 miles an hour. C-Dub Hofer, 8 flat, 85 miles an hour. Right side, Richard Leo. That's the Ranchero. Taking on the Mustang. .672, 102 left side, 712, 94 miles an hour right side. Robin Croden. A car that's going to my fantasy garage. I have no idea what it runs, and I don't care. It's just way cool. And Brad Pierce. That thing is so cool. Even Rick walked over, wanted to get a look at it. It's got a cassette player in it, Rick. You know what that is. Nobody else here does. Double O2 Robin in the Mopar. Runs down through there, 525, 134. Brad is 6341, 119. That was way cool. I dig that car. Brian Schubert, he's driving the old man's dragster in the Courier pickup truck. Brian's 24 RED and 623 107. Pickup truck 659 9 102. Marco Paravallaris. .018 left second. Marco is the better two at 007. Marco goes 6, 463, 152. That's a pretty good race. 470, 147, three-way Chevrolet lane. Well, that's not good. I know that. That's not how that's supposed to work. Slow run of the day. 15, 22, 48 miles an hour. I got a match race for my Buick, I can tell. Greg Vining, far side. That's the Avon taking on the Jeep. Love this thing. Greg Vining, I don't think has ever raced a Jeep before at the drag strip. .005, Greg Vining. That Nova gets down through their three-way Chevrolet lane, 586, 116. The Jeepster is 665, 100.60. Rich and Collins still the heroes at 100-mile-an-hour pass. Kaylee McKibben, right side. Larry Becker over there in that Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing. And I cannot believe Professor Tom is out teaching and not racing. Stunning. There's a lot of things that's stunning. Including, never mind. Don't want to go there.
So it's called the Rhino Rush.
There we go. Now we're set. Larry goes 23, and I'm not sure what happened to Kaylee there. 492, 140, Larry Becker in the Bearmobile. And Kaylee, like the dragster in front is, are we going for that 15-second? Oh, Kaylee's going to ruin it. Not even close. 1295, 50 miles an hour. I'm not sure what happened there. That's back-to-back dragsters in the Michelob Ultra lane that went nowhere. As in, didn't move. Dave Paul for Professor Tom. Do not give Kevin those. No, Kevin. What a brown noser. .509 137. Corvette the Nova. The Nova is like very good looking. Real good looking. Ooh, 15 right, 19 left. That's pretty good, you know. Down there, top end, that Corvette is 516, 134. Avon's 565, 121. The Ford Probe. This car's cool. In the Chevelle. Red light start far side, 013 for the Probe and 485, 144. Chevelle 668, 8102. James Warden and Elliot Franco. Elliot will be far side three-way Chevrolet lane. There we go. Elliot's in. James in. James is 011 red. Elliot's 016 green. James Warden 461 150. Elliot's 5037 134. Dave Beckwith. The show quality Nova in from Rancho Cucamonga. Red light start right side. Beckwith 036 green. Dragster goes 462 151. Dave Beckwith 5346 130. Firebird left, Nova right. 49 right, 24 left, 647, 9, 104 for the Nova. Firebird 798, 0, 85 miles an hour is Cooper Chun. He's pretty good, you know. When you got 6-1 on your car, you know he's pretty good. He was good before he had that 6-1 on his car. Ooh, Cooper 012 on the tree. And 511, 134, 617, 111 far side. I'm going to name the Chevelle far side the cop car. Woo! Then front wheels up 005 RED. Goes 552, 124. Monte Carlo 656, 104. I believe it's Emma Duschel, family Corvette for aerospace components. $40 on the tree, Corvette down through there. Miss M's 587, 5, 117. Now be Brother Ricky. Go back to pairs in his second year. 45 on the tree is Ricky. And 557, 124. Joey Trotsky taking on the Nova. Joey will be in the altered, long wheelbase altered. 004 green, far side. Joey Trotsky, 520, buck 44. Nova 610, 112. It's the Junior Comp Dragster driver's license run. Come cruising on out. Well, new dad, PJ Giacalone. And I missed the dragster far side. I'll get it later. Don't worry. It's like you were going to worry about me. And then, and the next pair will be fun. It's a couple of the ladies who are pretty darn good at this. So PJ and the 5-5 taking on the dragster. It's going to be best off that starting line. Dragster's quicker of the two. Let's just be honest. For the first time in my life. 13 is PJ. 31's the dragster. And the dragster down there, 455, 152. PJ's 578, 170 is Sasha Hofer. Former track champ here. And the reigning track champ, Krista Sudan. The KS Industries dragster from Bakersfield right here. Be fun to watch them off the start. I mean, face it, Krista's car is quicker than the two cars. Krista's 003 RED goes 479, 144. Sasha, 45 green, 731, 691 miles an hour. Cooper Dreher. Cooper far side, dragster over here. Double O 01, 493, 139 dragster, 014. Far side for Cooper, 753. By the way, a quick reminder, tech inspection is in lane 8. Tech inspection is lane 8. Is John Baton. Whoops, never mind. John will be up next pair. I almost got all excited there. Look at that. 25 right, 26 left on the tree. The coupe goes 582, 117, 6431, 105. It's John Bataza, Pedro Valadez in this pair. Pedro in the Bird, John in the Roadster. Ooh. 12 is Pedro. 25 is John down there, top end. Roadster 5670, 119. Pedro 704, 95 miles an hour. Joe Gees looking Jay Griner. Four 91.3, 140 right side, 680 with a 799 miles an hour in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Jeff Taylor, Dennis Paz, couple of hay haulers. The Pozmobile 16 on the tree. Jeff Taylor 50 on the tree. The Dakota pickup truck. Jeff Taylor 580, 120, 674, 100 miles an hour, .10. Oh, Dennis Paz, you just missed joining that club. Is Dan McClellan. That's the Big Mac Racing Roadster. I can't believe he left his dad at home. Little Mac 27 on the tree. Dan McClellan 591, 129. Nova Farside is 671, 102. So the El Camino, the Nova. This Nova's cool. Nova 654, 109. Elky 768, 87 miles an hour is Dylan Howe. Second generation dragster, racer. Yeah, okay, I'll get it. Never mind. Dylan's 015 red. Far side is 018 green. 448, 156. Dylan Howell, 571, 9, 117 for the Mopar. Vegas 006 red. 660, 103 right side. 661, 102 left side. Dale Torres and Richard Leo. Cletus and the Cheros 009 red. Dale's 20 on the tree. 546, 124. Richard Leo 713, 93 miles an hour. The Jeep Mobile, I dig this car. And C.W. Hofer. See you in the semifinals, C.W. Hofer. CW's 006, the Jeepsters 018. 662, 101 for the Jeep. C-Dub 730, 92 miles an hour. .023 green and 4652 148. And the pickup truck with problems over there. Tony Marcotti, one of them primetime players out of Arizona in the convertible Plymouth Arrow. Yes, they made one, and Tony Marconi's got it. That's the Arrow convertibles. Tony goes 016 red, 587.8. Far side 603, 114. Also red is Jeff LaSalle. And Jeff LaSalle and, oh, that's new, Dad, by the way. Not as new as PJ. It's Stevie Wellings, the Foggett Dragster. Jeff LaSalle 0-3-1 on the tree. There goes Stevie Williams. Not sure what that was all about, but Jeff LaSalle 649-104. Steve Williams 4-5-3-5-155. $61 on the red side, $47 on the green side, far side. Dragster 458-150, 679, 800 miles an hour. The Michelob Ultra Lane. Double 04 green and 457 151. 083 green, 560 137. Oh, Randy and Tim again. Sunday Tim Arnswald thing. This is a pretty cool matchup. So Tim in the Camaro, Randy over here in the Nova. Double 01 Nova 688 998 miles an hour. Sunday Tim 033 729 92 miles an hour for Tim Arnswald. Camaro and Sir James, the CUDA. Oh, James is 003. Goes 576, 121, 019, 798, 85 miles. The Camaro is Keoki Dessa. And Gary Manaka, the Booth Brothers Racing Roadster. His twin brother Petey out there. And I have to say, it's been a while since Gary Manaka's bracket raced on a 3-amp bracket raced period. Gary's in. Keoki's in. 27 Keoki, 38 Gary. Keoki Dessa, the LAT Racing Oils Dragster, 481.40. Gary Manaka goes 540, 127. Sasha Ho for Cliff Hall. 013 for Hall in the Maverick. Goes 602, 114. Sasha 62, 7320, 91 miles an hour in the Bird. Mark Mayashiro. And Shane Thompson, Silver State Refrigeration Dragster. Of course, the great sponsor of this West Coast Classic here at Formosa Drag Strip. On Hughes Performance, 64 car, $25,000 shootout. There we go. They're set now. 006 left, 012 right. Oh, that's pretty good. 493, 138 right side, 5 flat, 137 left side. Sophie Canberra. Dragsters, get your dragsters. Everybody wants a dragster. So Sophie right and a couple of dragsters over there far side. Wow, Mike Engling showed up. Way to go, Mike. You know, we started this at 8 o'clock. You'll give me some stupid excuse. Oh, I had a long drive. It's okay. You're excused. I'm glad you're here. Appreciate everybody showing up for the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Sophie's 32 green, 42. Sophie's 32 red, 42 green left side. 473.0, 146 far side. Sophie's 514.9, 135. Kevin Pope, the Firebird, taking on the Mustang. Kevin's 013 red goes 560, 124. The 6509, 105. Cooper Chun. That three-way Chevrolet lane. So Cooper B. Farside, Kyle Raposo. The Michelob Ultra lane. Couple of them young Lions. Couple of former junior racers. .015 Cooper, .027 Kyle. Kyle top end 468, 146. Cooper goes 5'11, 133. 010 left, 006 right, 475, 144. Nova goes 655, 109. Camaro Chevelle in this pair. Oh, 003 in the Camaro and 590, 118. Chevelle's 036, 671. 102 is Pearson Deming. Money bags. Don't tell mom and dad that. Pearson's 009 red. See what the old man Stan does next. 652, 104. Stan Deming. Well, unlike his kid going red, Stan Deming's 026, 622, 108 is Bill Botello. The Seas Candy. I know what's for dinner. Bill Botello, 55 on the tree. And 496, 141. Is now to be, wow, I love the starting line right now. And I believe it's Paige Smith driving the family Chevelle. And Ryan Homard, just that stunning Nova wagon. So two very show quality cars. And I believe the Chevelle may be double entered with Paige and Tyler, if I'm not mistaken. Like, that wouldn't have. Wow. Paige goes 612, 110. Ryan is 639, 107. So Alan Brown, that's the coupe, and Mike Agnew in the Chevelle, and King Richard into the water box. And Mike Agnew's had a horrible Thursday. Well, he got off the starting line this time, so that's accomplishment. Alan Brown going to get there first in the coupe. 582, 117. Mike Agnew, 615, 112. And Jay Kasem will plop his little rear end into this stool and tell you about this session.
Those are some kind words, Mike, when you say little. But I'll move it on in here somehow. Matter of fact, you hear that beeping sound? They forced me to put that on there whenever I back up. Don't know what that's about. Here you go, Richard McFarland. Matter of fact, I was driving up here and I said, wonder what the chances of seeing Richard McFarland are. And actually, we didn't think they were good right up until the time we saw that nickel on the side of that dragster. That's right, Pontiac-powered dragster over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Richard was one of the first guys that you'd actually call a touring pro, and he'd been doing it a while. 576, 117. Starts that out with an 021 light. Three-way Chevrolet lane goes through with a 645 at 104.6 miles an hour. And again, Richard, I know you made one more pass earlier. Didn't get a chance really to bark about you, but it's good seeing you out here. Some of the old school clan. Wow. Just when you thought you couldn't get more carried away than this. Supercharged, gigantic block dragster. Well, let's see. I wonder if that 161.7 is in peril. So far, that's the highest mile an hour. Dragster running Sands crew. Usually when you see these low 4-second car here, I'm just guessing, but I'm not really guessing, as this car went, I think, 430. I think it went quicker than 433, actually. No, maybe this was the 433. But so far, 161.79. Well, I'm going to hang around on the tree a while. The light is green. Looks like we're going to do a reset here. Sometimes you just need somebody to talk to. I mean, that's what it boils down to. You're out there, out there by yourself, and hey, the starter's here. Let's have a conversation. What do you think, man? All right. Well, see, he wanted to be paired up with somebody because this thing runs fast enough to basically suck the doors off of something, so. Little Nova out first, but check this out. Yep, quicker. 4:32 with an 8. Mile an hour did fall off about a couple foul, not a lot, but 161 still. So this gentleman holds the first perfect light, the highest mile an hour, and the quickest ET out here so far this weekend. Cameron Outlet ISO 38 light. Run for the other end. He goes 6:59, 102 miles an hour. Three-way Chevrolet lane. How about you? 8:27 at 50. Slowing at the top of the track here and looking like he hopefully make the side cutout. Nope. So this might take a couple seconds to clear the other end here. In the meantime, no, we do have one more vehicle out there. Guys, I just want to remind everybody of just a couple things. One is, now that it's nice and warm, I'm going to remind you that we have ice for sale. Come up to the tower, bring your $10 bill and a smile, and you get a bag of ice. Big bags of ice, by the way. And they're cold. You're not going to believe that. I'm serious, Mike. They are cold, too. Also, along with other really cool things going on, don't forget, racers, if you are in the shootout tonight, we will call you for your time pass. And that will be at a prescribed moment in time as we kick off the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic with the Hughes 64 car, $25,000 shootout. Man, I'm telling you, that's the way to start out a weekend. Put 25 grand in your pocket and a smile on your face. Dragster, here we go. Next triple O right there. Hey, how come all these Division 6 guys are the ones with the triple O lights? Man, that was fast. All right, and our third triple O light goes to the junior comp car. 660-102 to finish out the perfect. And how about you? 458 at 152 miles an hour. That might be our second or third fastest dragster. Big wheels up launched and starts that out 005. How about you in the pickup truck? 593 at 113.5 miles an hour. Over here to Michelob Ultra Lane, 797 at 85 miles an hour. Man, that little pickup truck just flat out goes. Well, since nobody else wants to race them, I guess they'll just race each other. Hofer's a pair. CW over on what we refer to as the three-way Chevrolet, sometimes known as the far side. Sasha in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Third generation F-bodies That's what they specialize in. CW goes red by a little bit. Sasha says, give the old man a break. Watch him go. 7:30 at 92 miles an hour for CW. Sasha goes through 7:31 at 91 miles an hour. Those are pretty equal cars. Dragster's a pair lining up. Warden's Dragster over here in the Michelob Ultra lane goes pretty quick. Warden off the line with an 011 light does go quick. 4.60 at 151 miles an hour. Right behind him, 478 at 144 over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Again, racers, the schedule for this afternoon. Now, keep in mind, everything is, got a little bit of motion in it. But what we're hoping to do is we're going to get everybody a time shot that's in the 64 car 25K used shootout. But also remember, if you're in the shootout and did not buy a Test and Tune Tech card, anyway, and you want to get extra passes in, then swing on up to the gate, or not to the gate, excuse me, come up to the back of the Okay, back to what I was saying again. Thank you for that intermission. If you are in the 64 car shootout and would like to get in extra time shots, purchasing a Test and Tune Tech card at the base of the tower at the West Coast Classics trailer. And you too can get in as many passes as Cooper Dreher has, but you'd have to be really fast. 457, 151. Started that out with a near perfect 009 light. The Dragster in the Michelob Ultra lane. Three-way Chevrolet. There, I think there's a seal barking behind me. Okay, you're going to take a couple minutes here. Just double check the track real quick. Gives you a chance, guys, if you're out there looking, this would be a good time. swing on up, grab yourself a spot in the lanes, or you could swing on up to the dog pound, grab yourself a little something there, some snacks of sorts, something to dine on. See, we still got cars coming through tech. So, again, I guess if you just got here and you're looking, basically bring your car up lane 8, and we'll get you teched in real quick and get you out there if you want to make a few passes. We are going to be running basically an open test and tune. It's going to go on continuously. We will stop the action briefly when we bring out the 64-car used performance shootout. And they will get to make a pass, make sure they're ready to go, and then we're going to bring them right back around. And basically, in between the rounds of the shootout, we will still be able to fit in a couple more test and tune cars. That'll work out good for the racers that are trying to get some late afternoon passes in, because hopefully you'll need that information tomorrow. And even though racing will start pretty early, don't forget the money comes later. So you got to be ready to go for afternoon and get an idea. It is getting warm out there. I do want to remind everybody, please hydrate. And if you're not busy hydrating, don't forget, get some ice. It always comes in handy. It's cool, it's wet, it's slippery, it's everything a person would want. David Beckwith bringing the Nova up to the line. Good-looking machine. Also a very fast machine. Well, we're going to have to say fast machine's a pair. I'm not even quite sure what's on the other side. Both guys leave with O2 lights. Both guys run in the 5s. David's 534 with a 5 at 131 miles an hour. And over in the three-way Chevrolet lane, 578 at 120 miles an hour. So about 0.4 of a second difference in ET, but big difference in mile an hour. Here's Alan Volvo. Alan driving a very changed Chevelle since the last time we saw him. Used to run a stock rear suspension. It's obvious it's not stock now. Hoists the wheels off the ground and pulls them out of the beams just in time to go 004 and goes 627 at 113 miles an hour straight as an arrow. So he's got to be happy with whoever built that. Good chassis work is always fun. Again, racers, lanes are open for open test and tune. They'll be going on for a little while longer. So if you want to get in some more passes, you may need them. So while we got a moment here, just real quickly, I want to remind everybody the 64-car, $25,000 shootout presented to you by Used Performance. We will be running everybody that's in that one time shot, and then we will go into elimination shortly there afterwards. $25,000 to win. That definitely covers the gas to get here. No doubt about it, no matter what they take the price to. Not every day you see a Ranchero as sharp as this one. It's not every day you see a Ranchero as sharp as this one at a drag strip. But there you are. No kidding. Good-looking machine over here in the Michelob Ultra lane. Richard Leo sporting a good-looking car. Corvette kind of gave it a little wiggle right off the line, but straightened it out nicely. Goes 583, 118. The Ranchero goes 713 at 93 miles an hour. Taking a moment here to get the track, just a little bit of prep on it real quick, a little broom here, and then we're going to bring out the next pair. You know, if I ever built a dragster, I'd put flames on mine. That is definitely a pretty cool looking machine. First generation Camaro coming out of the water hole. Tires smoking. Loads of fun lining up alongside Val Torres Jr. Torres Dragster out with an 015 light, near perfect. Goes 470 with a 2 at 148 miles an hour. Camaro, motor's right on down through there. 618 at 109 miles an hour. Started that out with an 057 light. Here's Steve Williams. Steve driving the Foggett. I said Foggett. Sponsored machine. Mike's second favorite Chevy out here today, the red Chevelle, making the way down from Division 6. Good looking machine. I mean, good looking machine. You know, certain things Mike has actually pretty good taste in. One of them is cars. Wheels up launch for the Chevelle. Both cars only 2,000s apart off the line. 015 for the Chevelle, 013 for Williams' Dragster. 446 at 158 miles an hour. That thing's starting to motor pretty nicely there. And Chevelle runs the 665 at 102, and that's no slouch. Elliot Franco out of La Palma. Back motor dragster alongside Greg Vining. Greg making the trip up from Gardena. The little 66 Chevy 2, 496 cubic inches of serious horsepower. Dragster goes 505, 134. Greg runs through to 702 at 71 miles an hour. Looks like he was lifting at the other end. Don't know if he was experiencing problems or, it is testing. You could be doing lots of different stuff. Daniel McClellan driving, I call it the family project, I guess. I mean, pretty much, it's kind of like, well, Dad, you, somebody drive this car. Ricky driving his Corvette. Last time I was announcing, Ricky went like 006 off the tree there. Let's see what he's got in store this pass. Daniel McClellan, believe he's getting ready for the shootout. 022 for Daniel, 026 for Ricky. Daniel 591, 129, 557, 123 for the Corvette. Joey Trotsky. Joey's driving a altered, I guess would be the way you would put that. It's kind of stretched out almost like a dragster, but it still falls in the category of altered. Off the line with a green 024. Man, that thing's fast. Dennis Paz in the El Camino kind of follows him through at a 764 at 87 miles an hour. But that dragster, 522, 143. So Joey's got more in there if he wants it, but it looks like that's about where he's decided to settle in at. Well, with an 02 light and running on top of that 520 number a bunch of times, he might just as well be ready to go right there. Man, I'm telling you, you come to this race and you like white first-generation Camaros, you're going to like this race. Here's another one. 062 off the tree, and then 5. I'll take that back. 732 at 92 miles an hour on the way through. Petey, what are you doing up here? Petey making the trip up from Long Beach. The real question is, since he is basically sponsored by the sponsor shootout, Used Performance, wonder if he's going to be in the shootout. Hard to say. Very fast Mustang. .028 for Pete. Mustang. Man, that Mustang's fast. He's just giving up just a little bit to Petey's Super Pro car there. Goes 569, 121 for Pete. 651 at 105 for that Mustang. And, yeah, you look at it and you go, well, it looks like something you could take to the grocery store. It'd be fun. And then you realize you could take it to the grocery store in a big hurry. 651, 105. That's no slouch. Jason Rosenbaum. Jason over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. The bright yellow dragster, Mark Ladonda. Cottonwood, Arizona. Long time ago, there was this folks named Yancer, and they built lots and lots of cars. And here's one of them. 99 Yancer chassis, and it's still working out here in the day. 25-year-old car. I did say it was working, but then it turns out something else about it's not working. It did roll up here on its own power. Jason Rosenbaum runs right through, goes 471 at 146.5 miles an hour. The dragster is unfortunately getting a push. We do not call it a jinx if it still rolls and all I was talking about was the chassis. Good-looking Mopar having to back up and get out of the way. Now, Mikey, I thought I noticed all the really good-looking Mopars, so I don't know if this is new or somehow I just wasn't paying attention at the time. But what a nice-looking piece. I don't remember. That must be fresh paint for Chris Johnson. That's what I'm guessing there. That is really good-looking machine. Put a new slant on the air grabber scoop, though. Giving a little touch up to the track real quick. Want to make sure it's good and sticky and lots of fun. So while I got a second, I want to just remind you, M&M Fuels is on the ground, so if you're kind of like Cooper Dreher or a couple of the other guys out there, you may need to go buy some gas. Anyway, M&M Fuels is on the lot, and, well, do you have an electric car, Mike? Also, don't forget we have ice for sale. Also, the dog pound is open in case you're hungry. So all those things going on. Plus, don't forget, it'd be hard to, the 64 car, $25,000 used performance shootout is coming to you this afternoon. So there is lots of stuff to do. Whether you need to chill, whether you need to like maybe stuff your face, or whether you need to get in the race. Any one of those three things are out there. Okay, looks like we're getting back to action here. I really enjoy this race. This race is really a lot of fun. Some of the top bracket racers in the country show up out here. And what's really interesting to me is there's a couple people that you don't normally see at bracket races. It doesn't mean they're not out here, week in and week out doing some racing. But it's nice to see them come out here because, you talk about some of the toughest racers in the country, and then somebody, you don't necessarily expect is going to do much. And the next thing you know, they're sitting around in the winner's circle holding on to one of those great big, beautiful Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC trophies. And whether it's from the Kid Performance Race or whether it's from K&N or Mazir or Hughes, there's some really good-looking trophies out here that come with really big checks. I mean, they're like big checks. They won't fit in your car, big checks. Eric Truby coming to the line in the green machine alongside, man, that car really looks good. 064 goes 487 at 141 miles an hour. Truby driving the green machine. Check this out. 000. That is now number 5 in the perfect lights. Mopar with a smile on its face. 589 at 116.0 miles an hour. Jason Papp. I don't even know where this is. Chestermere, Alberta, I'm going with. Wow, he made his trip worthwhile already. 0-1 off the tree and then runs a 4.55 at 152.6 miles an hour. Colby runs through with a 0.21 launch and then goes 4.67 at 148.5. Everybody just making a mosey on down through there. John Victorino, oh man, big time red. And James Rutherford, another Alberta driver, the Rebel Fit Nutrition, and I mean way sideways. How about 632 cubic inches of Ford? Gets out with a beautiful 017 light, sliding sideways for a little bit as he got out of the groove, hangs onto it and goes 487, 143. Man, that's some serious stones there. Mr. Victorino giving it all he's got there and then lifts at the end. He goes 8.32 at 80 miles an hour. Tony Marconi out of Surprise, Arizona. The El Bandido Yankee Tequila alongside Dylan Hedgewood. Everybody decides to put red lights up during this round. Tony goes 587, 116. That's some serious nerve there. 539, 139 miles an hour for Dylan. Mark Barnhout. Mark driving a 94 Sarin. Sorry. I hadn't heard of one of those before. Now I have. Austin Downing. Austin out of Tempe. 600, 632 cubic inches of Mopar. That ought to be enough. Ouch. Look at this. Mark goes off the tree with a 002 to the green, 001 to the red for Austin. Austin 466, 146, 458, 150 for Mark Barnhart's machine. So everybody a little on the east side of California there showing it off. Anthony Mazza driving the Roadster alongside David Pohl. Anthony in the three-way Chevrolet lane, driving a Roadster, Dragster, an 04 Worthy chassis. I guess a lot of guys got that, well, if it still fits and it's comfortable, everybody's kind of got like the my best pair of boots theory on these dragsters. See, a lot of dragsters that have experience. 596 cubic inches of big Chev, that ought to run. Goes 005 off the tree. David runs for the other end, goes 499, 138. 567 at 119 miles an hour for the little Chevy Roadster, 427 cubic inches of Chevy, puts up about 120 mile an hour top end. That'll work for you. Mike Collins out of Gilroy, the blue dragster that you see here in the Michelob Ultra Lane, alongside Mike Euling. Mike driving the 65 El Camino with the red and yellow flames. Mike Collins red. Mike Euling, he's green with a 017 light. Nice light. And these cars get down the track fast. 467 at 145.5 miles an hour for Mike Collins. The El Camino, 662 at 101.48 miles an hour. It's starting to warm up, and not only the temperature, but these drivers are starting to put together some pretty serious lights. And I'll tell you, you show up for the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic, you better be ready. And I'm not talking about thinking about it. I'm talking about being ready. Well, I just found out the temperature's only 84 degrees, so it's a beautiful day here. Red light for Larry Beckner. He runs through 497, 139. Krista, though. Krista, nice 004 light for Krista. Almost perfect. Goes 478 at 144.78 miles an hour. Don Taro showing it off. Goes off the tree with an 025 light. Runs the other end, goes 544 at 125 miles an hour. Tyler Markup, he runs through all the way from Sandy, Utah, by the way. Nice 023 light. 467, 145. Man, I'll tell you, we've seen an awful lot of really strong, fast passes here. Track is holding sweet. Guys, if you're sitting back in the pits going, well, I'm waiting for it to get better, it's not going to get any better than this. Now's time. Well, we are basically running them wide open right now. So all you need to do is bring it to the lanes. Make sure you have your test and tune tech card filled out if you haven't gotten one already. And then bring them on up, lanes 1 and 2. We got open testing going on. If you just got here and need to get tech, don't forget to bring your car to lane 8. We are selling ice cubes today in great big bags, so come to the tower if you need ice. 002 to the red. Door car goes down the track and runs a nice 617. And then Dean Bush in the dragster, he's 011. 11th thou off a perfect and goes 476 at 144.2 miles an hour. Kevin Johnson driving the dragster that you see over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane alongside John Castro. John's door car jumps off the line. Both lights are actually identical at 015. Door car, that little Nova goes 649 at 104 miles an hour. How about you 453 at 152 for Kevin Johnson's Super Pro dragster? PJ Giacalone driving the 55 Chevy. I think it's a little Mustang on the far side. Not quite sure yet. Wheels up launch, both sides of the track. That 55 Chevy is making tracks. Runs the other end after an 0.3 reaction time, then goes 578, 117 miles an hour. In the three-way Chevrolet lane, 662 at 106 miles an hour. Little Mustang moseying on off of there. 0.44 reaction time. Kyle Raposo's dragster's fast. It is indeed 469 and 146 miles an hour. 8 flat at 85 miles an hour for the door car in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Bill Botello driving that good-looking. I don't think that's a Grand Am. That's a wild-looking Grand Am if it is, because it looks a lot like a Camaro or Firebird. But 598 cubic inches of Chevy power. That ought to make it go somewhere. And then not quite sure what we got on the other side over there. Got so far not on file. Might be one of those junior comp cars. Nope, not at all. For a second, I thought I saw something. I didn't see it all. Wow. The three-way Chevrolet lane gets off the line first with 006 light and then runs 509, 135. Bill, 506, 135. Although with a difference of reaction times, he actually got there second. There are enough mid-70s to late 70s Novas out here to fill a parking lot. Although that one didn't park. That one, matter of fact, took off. 609, 113 miles an hour. Cooper Dreher goes 748 at 91 miles an hour after starting it off with a bit of a red light. Here's Sophie Canberra. Driving the dragster alongside, man, I wish I had my binoculars to tell you whether that was a Biscayne. I think it's a Biscayne. I don't think it's an Impala. But, man, what a beautiful machine. Sophie taking her time staging up. Chevy's in. Dragster's in. Sophie off the line, 07. Dragster goes 5'10 at 135 miles an hour. 648 at 104 miles an hour. That big old Chevy runs nice. 648, 104. Oh, boy. The young Humard bringing his really, really good-looking 66 Nova wagon. There weren't a lot of those built in the old days, and man, there's like maybe 2 I've left seen in existence. And for some reason, somebody's decided to build drag cars out of both of them. Austin Schoenfeld. Austin, hangs it red. 008 for Austin. Austin flies. He goes 487 at 140 miles an hour in that front motor dragster. 640 on the nose at 107 miles an hour for Humard's station wagon. Don't know how many groceries will still fit in there, but you bring them back in a hurry. Larry Giese driving the 95 Daytona, 451 inches of Mopar. Starts it out and finishes it out just the way you'd want. Goes off the tree with a 0.001. 1 thou off a perfect, then runs up 573 at 117 miles an hour. Michelob Ultralane, 584 at 117.1 miles an hour. .720s again, 729 at 92 miles an hour for Hofer's machine getting off the line with an 05 light. That is pretty much as repeatable as it's going to get right there. That's about 6 passes within 0.03 of a second. Ryan Magnus driving the dragster, the mono-wing dragster, in the 3-way Chevrolet lane, alongside Scott Taylor, Columbia Falls, Montana. Boy, I'll bet that's pretty right now. And about 2 months from now, you probably can't find the place because it'll be covered in about 40 feet of snow. Brought the 65 Chevelle down. Ryan's dragster jumps off the line. 03's the light, but man, look at that. A 107 60-footer. 473, 145 miles an hour for Ryan's dragster. Scott Taylor's 65 Chevelle. Nice pass. 667, 1029. So almost 103 miles an hour out of that 65 Chevelle SS, Malibu SS. What year did they change it from Malibu SS to Chevelle SS? That's the trivia question of the day. Jonathan Thiello, the 71 Nova, 540 inches of Chevy power, alongside Brad Pierce. Brad, the Riverside driver that made Corvettes famous right here. The 58 Corvette, first time he ever took the thing to a national event, he won it. 565 cubic inches. Did I hear somebody pump a throttle down there once? Are we playing or what? 632 at 119 miles an hour. Yeah, that might have been a pumper too. O2 light off the tree, 731 at 92 miles an hour for the door car in a Michelob Ultralane. And here's this Mustang, and he's just about, you know what? He's a little quicker He's a little quicker than Cooper, so I think there's a possibility he may catch him before the end of the day for most number of passes. Cal Gordon in the Mustang. Wow, look at Allen. Allen off the tree, 0.009. That is a serious light right there for that big Chevelle. 6.12 at 115 miles an hour. Yeah, that's no kidding. That suspension work really paid off. Look at Mustang though. He still ran a nice 6.28 at 110. Here's Dustin Wirtz out of Nampa. Now, anybody who knows about all the history of Nampa knows that basically there's nothing there except a drag strip. But it's a real good drag strip. And there's lots of fields full of, I don't even know what it is they grow there. Somebody said weeds. Weed. Dustin can pretty much go anytime he wants. Survey says, well, look, he's getting a countdown. Not quite sure. Hey, man, I'm telling you, the action on the track right now is fast and furious as the reaction time has made its way through 10 seconds. 15. 26.31 seconds. There it is, a new indoor and outdoor world record. Okay, going to do a quick little reset here. I'm not quite sure what's happened with Dustin Wirtz's machine. Obviously, Dustin wants to get the most out of his travels. You make your way. That is an all-day and all-night sucker to make that trip right there, buddy. I am telling you, you need more than one lollipop. Okay, go stage it back up. Going to leave again. Hey, look at that. So about 26 seconds quicker this time on the reaction time. Goes 0.18 off the tree and then runs 4.31, 161. And that right now currently is holding the Hut. He missed high mile an hour of the meet by 0.08 of a mile an hour, 0.08 of a mile an hour. Oh, yeah. Got the little shoebox Nova crossed up coming out of the water. Nothing could go wrong from here. Brian Kelly driving the dragster. It's a, don't know what year Race Tech dragster. 632 cubic inches, a big Chevy sitting behind him underneath that funny looking plastic hat. Brian Kelly goes 4.58, excuse me, at 151 miles an hour. In the Michelob Ultra lane, 0.4 off the tree goes 6.72 at 102 miles an hour. From this angle, with the spoiler that's on this, what I'm guessing is a Mustang, although it could be a Mercury Capri. There was a couple years where Mercury basically grabbed the Mustang body and said, we're going to call it the Capri. We're going to bring that car back because everybody loved it in its original state. James Warden out of Norco, 2019 American chassis. 632 cubic inches of Chevy. I guess it doesn't really cost much difference to build a 600 cubic inch motor as it does a 400. But you sure get a little something extra for your cubic inches. 017 off the tree. James flying the other end goes 462, 150. Mustang or Capri, not quite sure. 091 off the tree goes 684 at 101.40 miles an hour. Robin Croughton out of Garden Valley. That's that really cool looking 69 GTX. 532 at 131 miles an hour. Started out with an 039 light. Alfonso, he goes red off the tree and then runs 651 at 109.87 miles an hour. So lots and lots of good looking machines out here this weekend. Gary Minnock out of Lawndale. Used performance hot rod. The 27 Ford Roadster. It's made Ford tough with Chevy stuff as it's got 565 cubic inches. Marco Paravalis. I'm close as I've ever come on that, actually. The Pinella Hoosier Motorsports sponsored machine. 598 cubic inches of power. Going to beat up on that little bitty teeny 27 Roadster. He's only sporting 565 cubic inches for power. Gary off the line 013, and you got treed, Gary. Marco goes 012. Gary finishes out the pass with a 532 at 128 miles an hour. Marco's machine flies on the other end as it goes 462 at 152 miles an hour. That thing is wow fast. I mean, like, wow fast. Pedro bringing the Firebird to the lane alongside Brian Schubert. Brian driving the dragster. Another one of these experienced machines, built in 1997. Front motor dragster, giving it the antique look. 0-1 to the red side for Brian. He goes 615, 108. Pedro runs through with a 701 at 95 miles an hour. Junior Comp Dragster. Let go to clutch and let her fly to the red side. Man, that thing sounds good, though. Of course, I happen to like the way motorcycles sound. 660 at 102.3. That thing's running nice. I mean, considering it's relatively medium horsepower motorcycle motor on a medium-sized junior dragster chassis. Tom Bear out of Cherry Valley. He's the professor. If you make your way down from Junction City, Oregon, Dylan Howell. Cascade Trailer sponsor on that machine. You see over there in the three-way Chevrolet lane. The professor taking his time. He gets in. Here we go. Dylan's in. Tree's on its way down. Oh, boy. Tom showing him why he's the teacher. 0-1 off the tree goes 5:01 and 137.85. Dylan runs through with a 4:48 at 156 miles an hour. Hey, and here to enjoy it all, here comes Mike English.
Thank you, Jay Casemas. Tony Marconi in from AZ El Bandito Yankee Tequila. Yes. 013 and 588 116. Attention to pits, attention pits. I have a racer in the tower that needs a remote water pump. If you have a remote water pump, bring it up to me and I'll get it to him. So again, if you have a remote water pump, bring it up in the tower and we will get it to this racer. Stan Demi goes 624.1, 108. Richard Collin is 679.3, miles an hour. As Emma Duschel for Aerospace Components and Beal Racing and Mike's Transmissions over there in Palmdale. Come on, I was joking. 63 Corvette, bigger, big block. See what Miss M can do here. Ryan walks away. Rick Duschel standing down there. That's like he's the boss, you know. Red light start for the Corvette. It's time trials. Emma Duschel, 5'8", 118 is Joe Gieslich. The Joe Gieslich Mobile. Eric Truby wheeling Joe's ride. And Joey Trotsky. It's going to be fun to watch this one. This actually be a pretty good matchup here. Gieslich dragster, 532 inches of BBC, and Joey says, yeah, that's nothing. That's a starter motor. 638 cubic inches, BBC. Single four barrels on both cars. Joey Trotsky's car is like a speed runner. It's fast. Yep. Eric is 13 on the tree. Not sure what happened to Joey there. 490, 141. Eric Truby, 522, 143. Joey Trotsky. Larry Pittenger, that's a big-time player out of Arizona. He's pretty good, you know. By the way, that's an LS-powered Camaro, far side. '19 Larry, 005 Nova, 614.3, 111 Larry Pittenger, 679, 100 miles an hour for the Nova. Dennis Paz, the El Camino taking on the S10. Dennis Paz, 006 RED. Elko, 676, 99 miles an hour. 702, 96 miles an hour for the S10. See what Ricky Duschel can do here. '17 on the tree in the Corvette. 557.8, 125 Ricky Duschel. Mike Agnew. That's the King's Ransom Chevelle. LAT Racing Oils and Extreme Power Coating, 69 Chevelle. Guy's pretty good at this. Taking on Jay Griner, the Avon. Mike Agnew, 001 green. Wow. 609, 112 Mike Agnew. Nova's 001 red and 680, 100 miles an hour. It's Jeff LaSalle. And the newly licensed junior, well, actually it's not junior comp today. Now we're set. Red light start through the dragster. 018 green, Jeff LaSalle, and then a 650, 103, Jeff LaSalle. Dave Beckwith, that's the Nova over there far side. And KJ Dessa out of Las Vegas. That LAT Racing Oils team car. KJ 14 on the tree. 482, 140. Mike Beckwith 5.364, 130. David Meyer. The dragster in from NorCal. David Meyer, 008. 472, 146. Chevelle is 667, 102. Jay Cameron, Alfonso Zavala. Alfonso driving Chris Pincher's car. That's the Nova far side. In from Santa Margarita. Alfonso lives over in Arizona. Jay Cameron right here in Bakersfield, that wheel stand in El Camino. Cameron, the El Camino down through there. 663, 101. A little bit of a cleanup going over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Keep in mind that we will close the back of the lanes at 1:30, run the lanes out, and start working our way to the Hughes Performance 64-car, $25,000 shootout today. You will get one time shot. Then we're going to go into eliminations. Going to pair them up in a 64-car field for $25,000, presented by Hughes Performance Transmissions. So Alfonso going to take a single run here. Yeah. Pintor Tire and Fuel. Driver in from Arizona. The car based over there in Santa Margarita on the kind of off the Central California Gold Coast. Goes 41 on the red side in the big block Nova. 660, 109. So now we'll go back to pairs with Cooper Dreher and Tim O'More. Tim, one of them big-time players in from Arizona. And Cooper, pretty darn good for this young kid. Of course, Dad Greg was pretty darn good, so Cooper's been watching, growing up and watching. Cooper's in, waiting on Tim O'More. Lights that second light. Cooper's 006. Tim O'Moore's 023. 494, 139 for Tim O'More. The dragster 753, 91 miles an hour. Cooper Dreher. Tyler Smith. Miller Race Cars team car for Mountain View Performance. You know where that's at. And Cliff Hall for the Hall brothers. And Sister Paige is wheeling the family Chevelle. And Mom and Dad get to watch the kids. Cliff pre-stage, waiting on Tyler. There we go. Okay, now we go a little further, boys and girls. They're set. Cliff Hall, the better of two, the 023 and the Maverick. Tyler goes down through there, 455, 152. Cliff Hall is 601, 114 in the Maverick. Kyle Raposo and Robert Neighbor. The pool cleaning team car for Robert. Crew chief extraordinaire Chad Neighbor out in front of his brother. Been a while since Robert's been out. Good to have him. Of course, he did bring his brother, so that's questionable. Kyle, the old man Kevin's down there watching his boy in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Robert's 007 red. Kyle's green, top end. 471, 148, Robert Neighbor. 470, 146, Kyle Raposo. Going with door cars now. Greg Dreer for Bruno Casella in the team. And Randy Snyder. Randy over there, that's the Vega out of Orangevale, which is up there. And Greg Dreer. Bruno's Camaro. That's a pretty good combo. Of course, Greg, a lot of success over the years, including a national championship. Randy Snyder, 21 on the red side. Greg goes 0-2-4 green. Greg goes 644, 105. Randy Snyder, 658, 103. Is Robert Butler and Greg Vining. Robert be the dragster here coming back Michelob Ultra Lane. Greg Vining for that Sharpshooter Plumbing. Team Machines 66 Nova in there from Gardiner. Home of Mark Mayashiro. Okay, well, it's also the home of Greg Vining, which is far more important. Vining's 30. Robert's 23. Robert Butler, 475, 145. Greg Vining, 584, 115. Is Mike Ealing. The El Camino. It's either Mike or Zach. We'll find out later. And Dylan Howe. That Cascade Trailers team dragster out of Junction City, Oregon. Of course, Dad Brian, a lot of success standing out there in Top Alcohol Funny Car. In fact, I understand they're adding another funny car to the Howe family stables. O12 Dylan, 007 Mike Ealing. Dylan's 459, 151. Mike Ealing, 663, 101. It's Pearson Demings. The 77 Nova. In from Idaho. Nampa, to be exact. Glad I could help with that. Pearson gets to show off on a single run. Pearson's 23 on the tree. That's money in the bank. I'm telling you that, kid. 653, 104. Rob Strong. The Firebird for strong performance down there at Sam Purdue. Wow, that was weird. Rob goes red, and the dragster is like tardy. 536, 124. Rob Strong, 685, 99 miles an hour. Richard Leo, Sophie Canberra. The specialty gear and trans, 64 Ranchero. Cletus will be far side. And Miss Sophie, the Canberra Speed Shop, team car. Dad Ronnie going to be the backup babe because Mom Lori won't do that. Neither will the boyfriend Ian. Ronnie, Jim Black, Ian, all looking at Sophie's car. And going to push her back? Really? Richard Leo, 018 on the tree in the Chero and runs it down through there at 719.8, 93 miles an hour. And Sophie going to get pushed off with a little bit of leakage. And then Kevin Pope, the Bird, be right side. Michelob Ultralay, and Amber Rutherford. And from Alberta, Canada, the Rebel Fit Nutrition Mustang. .009 Amber, .008 Red, Kevin Pope. 549, 126, Kevin Pope, 6 flat, 114 for Amber Rutherford. It's Justin Short down there from Valley Springs, which is over there, you know. So the 64 Chevelle taking on the Nova. .029 left, 001 right, Justin down there. 554.9, 124 Chevelle Nova, 689, 98 MPH ERS. Austin Schoenfield in from Magna, Utah. A racing Schoenfield family. And Dylan Hegwood for Highline Auto Care. And his dad, Matt, which means absolutely nothing that his dad, Matt's in the house. Just saying. Couple of former junior dragster players. So Austin left, Dylan right. Front motor, big block dragster for Dylan, or for Austin. That's no surprise. .007 Austin in the front motored car. Down there, top end, Austin, 486, 140. Dylan, 539.3, 139. Now to be Austin Downing. Phil Dion's car, far side. So Austin far side, the Nova right side. .002 right side, 027 left side. Austin Downing, 4691, 146. Nova goes 609, 113. Dan McClellan. Jeff Taylor in this pair. Now they're set. Little Mac is 12 on the tree. Jeff Taylor's 36 on the tree. The Dakota pickup truck, 577, 122. Dan McClellan, 591, 6. 129. It's Kelly Sheard. Oh, little family matchup. Kelly far side. Kevin over here. Mark Kidd motor right side. Sunset motor left side. Things that make you go, Mm-hmm. Kelly's red. Kevin goes 024 green. Kevin is 457, 150. Kelly Shear, 478, 2, 144 is Jeff Broussard. The pickup truck, the hay hauler. In from Novato. It's up there. Sophie Camberback had a little bit of problem there earlier. And whatever it was, they got it fixed. At least that's what her dad said. He knows. Sophie, red light start. Jeff Broussard, red light start. Sophie goes 524, 135. Jeff Broussard, 587, 118. Chad Axford, that's big-time player. Now living in Kentucky. And Pedro Valadez. .001 Chad, 012 Pedro. Chad top end, 621, 137. Pedro 7026, 95 miles an hour. Dustin Wirtz, supercharged, big block for Dustin. Now Wirtz Family Motorsports team car. And Brian Cam, it's pretty good. That's the Camaro far side for Brian. .009 red, Brian. .002 green, Dustin. Dustin goes 4.335, 161. 4.335, 16144. Brian Cam was 8 flat, 5, 85 miles an hour. Ryan Homard, Sasha Hofer. Oh, this is DJ. I'm sorry. I apologize. Forgive me. DJ Homard. The Nova Wagon and Sasha Hofer. See what Deej can do here in the Duschel wagon. Sasha's 001 red. Deej is 023 green. DJ 640 107. Sasha 731 91 miles an hour. Working our way to that 130, close the back of the lanes. We will run the lanes out, by the way. Dean Bush, Las Vegas. Dean is 10 on the tree. Runs it down through there. 476, 144. The Firebird for Horsepower Garage in Hemet. And Brian Kelly, one of the Warden rides. So the Bird for Strong, the Dragster for Brian Kelly, one of those Warden rides. Brian is 20 on the tree. That's the better of the true. And that Warden Mobile goes 458, 151. Rob Strong, 44 on the tree, 678, 100 miles an hour, 100.29. Colin and Rich still the only ones go dead 100-mile-an-hour evens. James Warden, Tyler Myrup. The Jordan Moore Motorsports, Pete's Diesel Repair, dragster for Tyler and the team. And Sandy, Utah over there in that three-way Chevrolet lady, James Warden. It's like the boss. Lori lets him go racing once in a while. James is 18 on the tree. 460, 150, James Warden. Tyler Myra, 471, 2, 143. Started off with an 056 reactor time. Miss Emma Duschel. Another one, the Duschel cars. There's a bunch of them here for aerospace components and Mike's Transmissions. Emma's 30 on the tree in the Corvette. Emma runs it down through there. 582.6, 118 is Tim Arnswald, Sunday Tim, the Camaro, and Jason Rosenbaum for Townsend Stillhouse. They're in Victorville. I got wife Renee in the house. The San Bernardino County Sheriff is Jason, who has a desk job, by the way. Jason goes 13 red, 473, 3, 146. Tim Arnswald, 728, 792 miles an hour. Colby Fuller, the Foggett Team dragster in from Savannah, Georgia, and PJ Giacalone, the Chauver Spatial Pizzazz Racing, 55 Chevrolet. The new dad, little Gianna. Mom Kelly, watching all the World Wide Web. Is Kelly here today? I'll find out later. So Colby rose upright, PJ over there. Colby's 12 red, PJ's 008 green. Colby Fuller, 4403 156. PJ 576 119. Anthony Matazza. Matazza Racing 34 Chevrolet Roadster. And Jonathan Knoll. 70 Challenger. No, you're gonna go on a single run here. That's what Anthony's gonna do. $22 on the tree. And Taz down there top end. 570, 119. Now we'll go back to pairs. With Jonathan Nolan and Bailey Neighbor. Wow. Another one of the neighbors. Get behind the wheel. See Robert and Chad down there. Of course, Chad, Mike Ames named him Crew Chief Extraordinaire, which I have no idea why. And Jonathan Knoll, the Stick Shift Challenger. Now we're set. Bailey top end, the dragster, 5'11", 144. Jonathan rowing the gears at 7 flat, 99 miles an hour. There's Robert Butler. Citrus Ice up there, the 73 Camaro, BBC for power. Need a tech inspector to lane 8, please. Need a tech inspector to lane 8, please. Bailey's 20 on the tree. Robert is 578, 121. 578, 121. Paige Smith, the Mountain View Performance, Chevelle. Lanes are open for tested tune. Is Page going to take a single run here? We will close the back of the lanes at 1:30. Everybody that is in the lanes will run out. We're not going to just boot you. Although it is a temptation, but I'm not going to let that happen. I won't do that. Page is 34 on the tree in the Chevelle. 6:15, 111, Page Smith. Jay Cameron, El Camino. That's a little better. Jay is 30 on the tree. Elko, 663, 100 miles an hour. It's Dave Beckwith. And Kelly Fendley. The Toyota pickup truck, small block Chevrolet. I don't recall him coming from the factory like that, but again, the back of the lanes will close at 1:30, so you might want to hustle up and get a couple more time shots. Run you out, start that Hughes Performance $25,000 shootout. Dave Beckwith 007 red. Kelly's 15 green. Beckwith 539 130. Kelly 659 4 102. C.W. Hofer and Larry Giese. Giese, the Dodge Daytona. It's not a big block Chevrolet under the hood either. It's all pure Penn-Star over there for Larry and the team. And C-Dub, the Bird, for the multi-time Division 7 champ. $29 is Larry, 004 C-Dub. Larry Giese, 577 117. C-Dub, 731 92 miles an hour. Alan Brown. That's the coupe far side. Mike Collins. In from the garlic capital of the world, Gilroy. '18, Alan Brown off that tree. That's the better of the two. Mike Collins down there, 478, 145. Alan Brown, 584, 116. Johnny Castro. Sharpshooter Fleming Nova for JC. Ooh, JC, 20 on the tree in the Nova. 652, 3, 104. Cooper Dreher. The old man's busy running Bruno's Camaro and doesn't have time to work with his kid. Way to go, Greg. Or I'll blame Bruno. .023 RED for Cooper. 753, 90 miles an hour for the Merc. Ryan Mangus. The Rizzoli ride. Another guy that's double entered. Mangus 35 on the tree. 619-0109 Ryan Mangus. Boys and girls, the lanes are still open. How about a perfect reaction time? Nothing but goose eggs there. 489, 142. It's Sasha Hofer. Sasha bumping it in so carefully. Another big-time player in the bottom bowl class. Sasha's 35 on the tree. 730, 92 miles an hour. Sasha is Tyler Smith. Man, Paige jumps out of her car and is already up here. I can't believe it. Watch her brother. Tyler and King Richard McFarland for the Brenz Brothers race cars. Pontiac-powered dragster. A couple of guys who retired from the Water District out there in Yucca Valley. King Richard pre-staged. Waiting on Tyler for that. Miller Race Cars and Mountain View Performance and Pearson Sales and half of Rancho Cucamonga on board with that kid over there. Oh, and mom and dad. Right, Stephanie? Now we're set. Tyler's red. King Richard 033 on the tree. 456, 152, Tyler Smith. Richard McFarland, 579, 117 is KJ Dessa and Kaylee McGibbon. KJ coming back, Michelob Ultra Lane and LAT Racing Oils. Sponsored dragster out of Las Vegas. Kaylee, Far side in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Now we got all four lights on. 021 KJ, 037 Kaylee down there at that top end. KJ 482, 7140. Kaylee's 510, 135. It's James Rutherford. Another one of the Washington team cars. The 96 Probe. 632 cubic inches of Ford under the hood. James 008 in the Probe. 491, 142, James Rutherford. Tana Taylor. Another one of the Idaho team cars. 70 Mustang. This is LS powered. Mike Gaines, I have no idea, but I'll find out. I promise. Yeah. Eric Arnett said you're talking to himself again. Tana goes red. The Mustang goes 664, 104. Kevin Pope, Tony Marconi. The El Bandito Yankee Tequila Plymouth Arrow. Tony Farside, the 97 Firebird for Kevin over here. $29 is Kevin. $10 is Tony in the Arrow. Kevin Pope, 546.2, 126. Tony, 588, 116 in the Arrow. Ryan Mangus, Larry Pittenger. Camaros, get your Camaros. There are two of them right now. Oh, 06, Ryan Mangus, and that wheels up launch both cars. Ryan goes 618, 109. Larry Pittenger, 615, 111. It's Pedro Valadez. Pontiac Firebird. I guess there's nothing to do up in the great Northwest in Division 6. The Division 6 director is doing nothing but text messages to me. He knows I can't multitask. Sit, talk, and answer his text messages. Pedro's 34 on the tree. The bird runs down through there at 7 flat, 96 miles an hour as Joey Trotsky comes rolling in. And well, I don't see another car. In from Ventura. It's a little cooler in Ventura than it is here. Joey will take a single run. It's by himself. .015 red, Joey Trotsky. The Bantam, 523, 144, Joey Trotsky. It's Joel Hudson. The 84 Monte Carlo. That baby's cool. For Johnson's Feed, you need hay for your horses. Joel can help you. On the single run, the Monty down there, top end, Joel Hudson, 655, 103. Folks, I just want to tell you the Division 6 director said he is 100% working, unlike the elderly. Can't believe he'd say that. That really hurts. Jonathan Knoll. Just saw Bailey make a run in the other Neighbor mobile. Now the crew chief extraordinaire, Chad Neighbor, standing over next to his big brother. Robert lights that second line. Robert is perfect off that starting line. Goes 470, buck 49. Jonathan 708, 99 miles an hour. Chad Neighbors over there going, oh, that's what I told him to put in the box. That's why he went perfect. Richard Leo, Cal Gordon, this pair. The CP Auto Works Mustang for Cal Farside. And the specially geared Trans Ranchero for Richard Leo. Mustang will get there first. 648, 106. Richard Leo, 720, 93 miles an hour. Mike Agnew, Brian Schubert, this pair. Mike will be in the King's Ransom Chevelle. Brian over here in Dad's Dragster. I love when Mike Ames texts me and tells me he's multitasking. That means he's sitting in a chair, watching television, texting. Oh, and cuddling with the dog. Which, the last one, I don't blame him. Which, if he's goofing around midday on Thursday, claiming he's working, that tells me Rachel is at work. Lanes are still open for a little bit longer. A little bit longer. Back of the lanes closed in 5 minutes. 1:30, going to run all the cars out, start bringing up the shootout cars for their one and only time shot. For $25,000 in the 64-car shootout presented by Hughes Performance. Mike Agnew, Skies Him front wheels. 003 Mike Agnew. 006 Brian Schubert. Agnew 6'10", 112. Brian the Dragster 6'16", 108. It's Kyle Raposo and Leslie Emery for affordable transmissions up there in Idaho. The S10, which is not stock. And Kyle Raposo right here in Bakersfield. Now we're set. Couple of red light starts. Kyle was the better of the two at 003. 472, 148. Leslie 707, 996 miles an hour. That's going to do it for my little shift here. Jay Kasem is done eating lunch. Mike Ames has fallen asleep, and I'm going to move out of the way and eat my lunch.
Well, Mike, it wouldn't be the first time somebody ate your lunch, but here we go. Thank you, Mike English, as always. It is a pleasure, an absolute pleasure. So Mike's out there playing with his dog, but I'm going to try to do a little bit. We got Dylan Hedgewood driving the old Phil Miller chassis car. Goes up red and then goes 541, 139. Robin Crowton goes 528 at 134 miles an hour. Man, I'll tell you what, there's an awful lot of really fast, good working cars here. I don't know if that 004 negative was just a little bit of a mistake or whether traction's coming in a little bit or whether or not just a little anxious as we get a lot closer to that $25,000 used performance 64 car shootout. Garrett Agnew out of Oak Hills. The junior comp car. This thing's working well. Now it's 633 at 110 miles an hour. Brian Cam, 802 at only 85 miles an hour. Just taking the 84 Camaro out for a cruise. Well, there's Shear's a pair here. Kelly Shear driving an 07 Mullis. Only 598 cubic inches of big block alongside Kevin Shear. 615 cubic inches of kid power. That's a bunch. Nobody seems to be in too big a hurry to stage them up. Kevin getting there first, but Kelly showing him where the light is. 003 off the tree. Then goes 479, 144. Kevin's machine much quicker on the top end as it goes 485, or 458, excuse me. Yep, I'm that guy that reads them backwards every now and again. 150.98 miles an hour. Attention to the pits. Back of the lanes are closed. Back of the lanes are closed. We will be calling a category to the lanes shortly, but please wait until you are called. The back of the lanes are closed. So we got just a few more cars to run out here. Then we're going to take a few minutes, a little bit of downtime, make sure the track is absolutely ready to go. Then we will call you to the lanes. Don't forget, if you are on Test and Tune Tech Card, there will be time. You're going to have plenty of time later today to still get some more passes in and be ready for tomorrow. Or be ready for tonight, depending on what your plans are. That 64 car shootout, 25 grand. Man, just unbelievable when you see the purses that are available to some of these races. Can't thank Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC enough for sponsoring this event. The West Coast Classic is indeed become one of the classic bracket races of all time. Just absolutely positively a ton of fun to watch. And for those of you that are back home watching on the internet, multitasking like Mike Ames is. That's petting the dog and never mind. That's what he does on the couch. And, of course, listening to the dulcet tones of Mike English, I don't know how he could resist himself. Just a little teeny cleanup on the track here real quick before we get right back to action. Okay, got the all clear from the starter. We're ready to bring out the last few pairs. We got, looks to be about 6 to 8 cars left in line. And then we will be taking a little break. Time to get the track ready, track personnel ready, get everything going. Getting a better look at Cooper Dreher's machine. It's a 67 Comet. They, I think that was the first year they also made what they called the Cyclone. And I'm not sure that was indeed one, but it looks like it's got the Cyclone type hood on it, which is definitely a cool touch on that machine. Real clean, real good looking. Drehers have brought a bunch of really nice Fords to the drag strip for a long, long time. Cooper's granddaddy, and of course his dad, been racing Fords for, well, as long as I can remember. Abigail Rogers out of Bakersfield, the '08 Phantom. That little Phantom takes off nice. How about a perfect light for Abigail? And I am just told by our statistician that that is the second perfect light for Abigail today. Goes 660 with a 9 at 102 miles an hour. And I'll tell you what, that little teeny dragster might be somebody really tough to deal with. 038 light for Cooper. Goes 756 at 90 miles an hour. But that is very impressive for Abigail. Ryan Magnus out of Colton bringing that real fast dragster to the line alongside Colby Fuller. Colby out of Savannah, Georgia. That's called a 22 Maddox chassis, 496 cubic inches. Wow, perfect, almost perfect. 004's a pair. Ryan and Colby both go 004 off the line. It must be magic. And 476 to a 464. Dragster goes 508 at 137 miles an hour out of Michelob Ultra Lane. Started out with just a slightly red light. Michael Urquhart driving a 1966 Malibu. Big motor under the hood. Runs straight right down the middle of the track, real clean. 669 at 102 miles an hour. That car is not only pretty, but seriously fast. Bailey Neighbor backing up from the burnout, making the trip up from Miraloma. Bailey taking the time, backing that up. And this does look like this will be the last couple cars down the track. Little bit red off the tree, goes 464 at 149.5. Nice running car. So there's a Spring Valley, California, and now there's a Valley Springs, California. Justin Short right here out of Valley Springs. Unfortunately, Justin has decided to have a conversation with everybody. Okay, so until further notice, we will be shut down. In the meantime, I want to give you guys an opportunity to do a few things. One is, do you need ice? If you do, we've still got some. It's cold. It's refreshing. Man, I'm telling you what, it's good stuff. Come on up to the tower. Bring a $10 bill, a $20 bill. Depends on how much ice you need. Big bag, $10. Not a bad deal, especially considering it's already here. And come up and see somebody in the tower if you need ice. Don't forget, of course, that the Dog Pound is in operation and making tasty victuals. And don't forget that we've got all kinds of happenings, starting with the first and only time pass for the members of the 64-car $25,000 used performance shootout. Happens this afternoon. For those of you that are curious, the Test and Tune guys, we can't guarantee when and how, so come to the lanes. But during the shootout, we're going to be able to get some of you guys down the track in the meantime. And, of course, the shootout's going to hold priority. But in the meantime, like after the last pair has gone down, we'll try to get as many of you guys in and down the track as persons, as the case may be. Get you down the track, as many as possible. And then, of course, go into the next round and do that all the way through. And then, of course, we're going to knock off with the grand finale where we hand somebody a great big check. And not only is the amount big, $25,000, thank you, Used Performance, also, the check is big, like physically large. It's the kind of stuff that you get to hang in your garage. You know, remember when your mom was telling you you're playing with cars in high school and your mom said, "You're never going to amount to anything"? Take it over and give it to her for Christmas. She can hang it on the tree. Yep, that's how big the check is. So, guys, we're on a break here for a few minutes, and we will be calling you. First off, the shootout guys, we're going to call you guys up, and then we will call anybody who has a tech card for the Test and Tune. We'll call you guys. Make sure that you get a chance to get a few more passes in. So right now, I don't think he's been overtaken yet. So Cooper Dreher, I believe right now with 13. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think you got 13 runs in so far today. Mike wants to correct me and say I'm wrong. I'm calling, you know what? I called him Buff. No, I did not. Mike Ames, wake up. Your dog is eating your couch. For the racers that are here for the weekend, I want to kind of remind everybody of some of the interesting and fun stuff that's going on. Don't forget, there's also on Saturday night, there's going to be the Door Car Clash. Right? Door Car Clash, 10 grand to win. Definitely awesome. 10,000 to win, 2,000 to runner up. 1,000 to the semis, 500 to the quarters. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you've been sitting there all day long going, somewhere along the line today, I got to make $25,000. Well, this is your opportunity. There are a few, I say few, as in more than just a couple, but there's less than a handful of spots available for the Used Performance 64 car shootout. So if you bring your car to lane 7 and 8 and sign up, $725 is the entry, and you can get in the 64 car shootout. And that's right. That's the only way I think of that between now and the end of the night that you're going to earn $25,000. Unless you happen to be some miracle stockbroker, I'm pretty sure this is your only chance. So, guys, bring your hot rods up to lane 7 and 8. There's a few spots open. Come up and see Chris, right? And join the shootout. There are a few spots open. Shortly, we will be calling the cars for the shootout test pass that you're going to get. So that shot, we'll call you guys in just a few minutes. But like I said, if you are interested in being involved in the shootout, bring your car to lane 7 and 8, and we are going to get you in there. So it's entry is $725, and the outgo is $25,000 to win, $5,000 to runner up, $2,000 to the semis, $1,000 to the quarters, and 500 to the eighths. So I know a lot of times everybody says, man, you know, the problem with those purses are, you know, you got to win it or nothing. Well, this isn't a winner take all deal. $25,000 to win, $5,000 to runner up, right? So we're not talking about necessarily having to go a bunch of rounds to get into money. Just go a few rounds and there you are holding cash. So guys, this is your chance. There are some spots open. Bring your cars to lane 7 and 8. Anyway, I'm telling you what, bring that $725 is sincere determination to leave with everybody else's money, and you can get out of here with $25,000. Did you know that that'll buy Mike English a steak dinner?
Without dessert.
Mike says he wanted dessert, though, so if the runner-up would please join us, that way we can afford his dessert, that will work out well. So, again, guys, folks, if you want to get into the 64 car shootout, there are a few spots through breakage and whatever else has happened. Anyway, we do have some spots open, and if you want to bring your car up here and make lots of money today, it's a real easy thing to do. Bring your hot rod to lane 7 or 8, be ready to go, and in a couple minutes I will be calling the first and only time trial for the 64 car shootout. And again, we'd like to thank Used Performance, long-time sponsor of events that take place out here on the West Coast, and especially the West Coast Classic, brought to you by Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC. I'm telling you, this is absolutely the best bracket race to watch that I have ever seen. Toughest competition ever. So the track is being groomed. That is that is a really, really, really neat tractor. I have absolutely no purpose for one, but I'd still really like to have one like that. It'd be lots of fun. All right, guys. Everybody's got one of these in the bottom of their toolbox. Dig it out because we need it right now. And that is a solid roller lifter, Crower super heavy, severe duty, not to be confused with super. Severe duty, Crower solid roller. He needs one. He doesn't even need the pair. Do you need the link? Did your link bend? He wants it with the link if you got it. And again, guys, racer in need, this is the difference between racing this weekend and not. And you know darn well if you got one, you're not going to need it, but he does. So reach in there and don't think with your head, think with your heart. Grab that lifter and bring it on up. Again, racers, I want to remind you that if you would like a shot at the 64 car shootout, right now we got about 60 cars. So this gives you an opportunity. Reach into that pocket, pull out that money. I mean, think about this, right? If you invested $725 and put it in the bank right now, you know darn well the Bank of America is going to give you 13 cents every single month for the rest of your life, and it isn't going to become 25 grand. Now, I don't know what the interest rate is on I don't know what the interest rate is on $725 turning into 25,000, but I'll guarantee you I'd like those odds. Guys, right now it's worth it. Trust me. I mean, you're just screwing up if you don't come up here and take one of those spots. Some of the other events that are happening this weekend. Saturday night, Super Pro, $20,000 to win, presented by K&N. Friday night, the Kid Performance, $10,000 Super Pro race. And on Sunday, the Mazier $10,000 Super Pro race. Pro, Kid Performance, $5,000. The K&N race, $7,500. And Sunday, $5,000. $5,000 to pay for your gas to get home. And Saturday night, the special feature, 16 cars in Pro, 16 cars in Super Pro, and that's going to be the Door Car Clash, $10,000 to win, $2,000 runner-up, $1,000 and $500 to quarters. How in the world do you go wrong with that? So again, attention to the pits. He brought it up here. He carried that big old bear all the way up here with the absolute link. He's got it all. Gentleman that was looking for the lifter, please make your way to the tower. Your lifter has arrived. Hey, Mike, when you win the lotto, will you buy me one of those tractors? I will never win the lotto. Did you know that got changed? The winning the lotto has nothing to do with buying a ticket anymore. As a woman found a ticket and won 16 million bucks. Attention the pits. Attention the pits. If you are entered in the shootout, come up lanes 1 and 2. This will be your official time run. There are a few spots left for the shootout. Come up lanes 7 and 8. Come up and see Chris. And like I said, I'm not a banker or a mathematician. I am a math wizard. And I'll tell you right now, there's no way in the world you're going to turn $725 into $25,000 unless you spend $200 or $700 on a gun and $25 on a mask and run into a bank. Otherwise, what you need to do is just make your way through about 6 rounds of really tough racers and put that 25 grand right there in your pocket. All right, afternoon schedule, the way it's going to work is this. 64 car shootout. Listen up. Use performance 64 car shootout. You guys come to the lanes now. You're going to make your pass. Come right back to the lanes again as soon as you're ready to go, which means like immediately. And we are going to run your first round random pair. Random pair. So don't worry about the baddest guy in the world being right alongside you, because you might race him, you might not. It's going to be randomized all the way out. And in the meantime, again, like I said, there are a few spots. If you want to jump into lane 7 and 8, come up and see Chris, and we will make sure that you are in there in time to win that $25,000 used performance. Mike English, what's up, man? Well, I'll tell you what. I now have all. Look at that little teeny smart car out there getting in the $25,000 used performance shootout. Okay, I'm game. I like it. I like it a lot. Mike came in and he chickened out. Yeah, it's just a shame. All right, listen up again. You have been called. The used performance 64 car shootout for $25,000. Your one and only time run before eliminations is right now, lanes 1 and 2. Don't be bashful. We're just finishing grooming the track right now, and it looks gorgeous. Absolutely, positively ready to go. Looks like we're going to have pretty consistent conditions throughout the afternoon today. Right around 6 p.m. or so, the temperature is going to start to roll off a touch, but it's going to stay within 1 or 2 degrees for the next 3 hours. So, guys, gals, anybody who's worried about changing conditions maybe being a reason you can't stay with it, trust me, this is going to be some gorgeous racing out there. Track is groomed up as good as it's going to get. It's beautiful. And time to do some racing. Third call, 64 car, $25,000 shootout brought to you by Used Performance. We need you in the lanes now. Who's going to run the smart car? That's going to be the question. Again, Use Performance 64 car shootout. We're looking for you. If you want to get in, I think there's a couple spaces still left. Looks like just about a full field, but this is your last opportunity to get in time to get that time pass. Looks like a pretty good mix of door cars and dragsters. Looks like it's going to be a pretty good night for somebody. Well, for a few people, actually. So the first of our official events at the Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC West Coast Classic is just about ready to kick off as we get ready to go with the first official time trial. Final call for time trial. Final call for time trials for the Use Performance 64 car shootout. Final call time trials for the 64 car shootout presented by Use Performance. Also, guys, remember, if you are in the lanes for the shootout, we're going to bring you right back. So as soon as you can get back to the lanes, come back. It will be random pairing, but we're going to run you out as a group. And then after that, we will be calling test and tune cars back to the lanes. But it'll be kind of random a little bit as the test and tune cars will fit in between the rounds. Give everybody a few minutes to get their cars ready to go for the second round, third round, and so forth. And a quick clarification. Quick clarification to the racers that are entered in the 64 car shootout. Keep in mind that it isn't like you're not going to get an instantaneous callback. We're going to call you back in a few minutes after the last few pairs have gone through. Anyway, make sure everybody's got a chance to fuel up or cool up or whatever you might need to do, and then get you back here. But I was actually giving that information to the test and tune guys, so they had kind of an idea where they were going to fit in at. So, racers, don't be bashful. Get in those cars and bring them on up as we are getting ready to kick off the shootout. And, of course, the West Coast Classic. And I heard the words, we are ready. Attention. Listen, if you are a bottom bulb car and you're in the shootout and for whatever reason you find yourself in a situation where you're faster than the other car, make sure you have an N on your number so that way we will not be putting crosstalk on for you because this is a crosstalk event. So to protect yourself, if you are a bottom bulb racer, just make sure you've got an N next to your number. So then that way the crosstalk will not be on if you happen to be the faster car. So that way you'll get your natural bulb. And here we go. Now, again, this is just a time trial, but everybody kind of wants to show off just a little bit, show them what you got. The intimidation factor. Larry Beckner backing up the dragster, made his trip out from Scottsdale. It's easy for me to say, Arizona. 598 cubic inches big block Chevy behind him in that dragster, alongside Kevin Pope. Kevin driving the 97 Firebird. And anymore, 440 cubic inches of power. 440 cubic inches of power just went silent, actually. Not quite sure what happened with Kevin's machine. Man, you need to do a little bit of tinkering there right quick. I noticed dude calls himself Mr. Fix-It. So Kevin taking a single pass. No reaction time. Well, he did. He negative 0.17. And he goes 5.02 at 138 all by himself. Well, not quite sure what they had to do to Kevin's machine, but they had to tow it off. Here comes Dennis Paz. Tim O'More making the trip out from Tucson. Another one of those experienced dragsters, an 02 Gebhardt. He ain't telling what's under the hood. Dennis Paz, I think he's sporting that 283 cubic inch Rochester 2-barrel. Dennis, long time racer here in California. They call him a Northern California racer, but the fact of the matter is he's got seen many times in Southern California, as well as Nevada and many other places. Dragster goes 494, 140 after an 04 light. Dennis Paz, 006, 674 at 99 miles an hour. Tom Bear, the professor, driving the dragster that you see over in the three-way Chevrolet lane alongside Emma Duschel. She's driving the Corvette, the pink one. Well, pink and black and orange and yellow and white. Good-looking machine. Man, this is what you want to see. 1,000 separates two almost near perfect green lights on this end of the track. 501, 137, 9 for Thomas Bear. 582, 118 for Emma's Corvette. 005, 006 were the lights. Yes, this is fun. Larry Pittenger driving the 1968 Camaro, the 67 Nova wagon. I believe that's Mr. Humar driving that car. Humard red by fourth thou. Larry goes 017 to the green side, 6:15 at 111 miles an hour, 6:44 at 107 for the grocery getter. Dragster versus door car. James Rutherford out of Wembley, Alberta. The 96 probe with 632 inches of serious business Ford. 632 inches. Are you sure you got enough, son? Dragster blinks in the bottom bulb. Tree comes down. Wow. I want to own a Ford probe with 632 cubic inches and cut a 001 light. Anyway, in my time trial, 491 with a 0 at 142 miles an hour for the probe. Brian Kelly's car goes through with a 458 at 151 miles an hour. Man, Rutherford looks like he is holding on to the deal right there. Wow. So, can you repeat that just a few times? Front motor dragster, back motor dragster. James Warden driving the back motor dragster. Austin Schofield. .434 cubic inches of Chevy. Man, that could be a small block. Be a fast small block, but it could be a small block. I can't see it from here, but it looks like it is. Back motor car gets out with a 004. Warden takes it on through with a 462 at 150 miles an hour. Austin's front motor dragster, a very respectable 486 at 140 plus. Here's Dustin Wirtz out of Nampa. This is the fastest machine on the grounds by 0.07 of 1 mile an hour. That's how close this is. Ricky Duchel driving the other Corvette. Corvette's a pair. The 1963 split window. Excellent reaction time for Ricky. He's been putting up a bunch of them all during the day today. 5:59 at 124 for Ricky. Dustin Wirtz, 4:34 with a 1 at 161.3 as he's slowed down 0.4 of 1 mile an hour. It's not really a big slowdown, but that is the difference from his first pass this morning to this one now. So gauge it as you will. That thing is just a monster. Wow. Gerald Wirtz. This dragster's plenty quick too. 456 at 151 miles an hour. Started out with a 006 light. Don't look now, but that little door car goes off with an 01 and runs 610 at 112.9. Very respectable pass. Jason Papp out of Chestermere, Alberta. An 09 Mullis, 632 cubic inches. Automax, the sponsor on that machine, alongside Krista's right here in Bakersfield, driving the dragster. Krista, check that out. man, nailing the tree with a 002. Goes 481 at 144 miles an hour. Jason Papp right there with her with a .012 light, and then goes 456, 152. Krista's dragster's a little bit slower. Reaction time a little bit better. But that would be a good matchup anywhere, anytime, right there. Nice pass. Robert Butler out of Citrus Heights. That is the longest 73 Camaro I have ever seen. Against Kevin Shear. Kevin out of Belfair. 615 cubic inches of Kid Performance. Speaking of Kid Performance, don't forget, hang back. Kid Performance tomorrow night. $10,000 going in somebody's pocket in Super Pro. Nice passes a pair. Shear goes 458, 150 miles an hour. Started out with 027. Robert Butler got off the line, slightly better light with 017, and then goes 476, 145. About a tenth of a second separates them down at the other end. Val Torres Jr. driving the dragster out of Chino alongside the little shoebox Nova. Off the line, 012 for Val. He runs the other end, 470 with an 8 at 148.25 miles an hour. An 040 for the shoebox, and then goes 681 at 99.97 miles an hour. Well, this may be the long distance award. Chad, no, it's not. Actually, I've seen Savannah, Georgia also. Here's Chad Axford, Mount Washington, Kentucky. You drive past Hazard, around the corner, beyond Lexington, and eventually you get to Mount Washington. Looks like he's ready to go. Dave Beckworth driving 64 Chevy 2. You always got to watch out for these guys that come a long way. Generally speaking, they didn't come here to give their money away. 007 for Chad. Dragster goes through with a 468, 147 miles an hour. Beckworth's little Chevy 2. How about you? 540 with an 8 at 130.91. Axford off the line 007. Beckworth off the line 015. Here's Dean Bush out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Mullis chassis dragster, 632 inches. Nice 014 green light. Red light for Jason Rosenbaum. Jason goes red. Jason goes fast. Both these cars flying to the other end. 473 at 146 miles an hour. 476 at 144 for Bush. Rosenbaum got there first, but that had a little something to do with that .005 on the red side. Scott Taylor, Columbia Falls, Montana, 1965 Chevelle. Like I said, these guys that come for long distances didn't come here to hand away their money. These guys come here ready to go. Dylan Hedgewood out of Tustin, that's in California, about 3 hours south. The 04 Miller chassis car alongside the door car. Does look like the dragster might have moseyed before he should have moseyed. And Scott Taylor went perfect off the tree. And Dylan left before tree activation, I'm reckoning, from what I'm looking at here. And got no information. But 670 at 102 miles an hour for Scott Taylor in the door car. And that little 65 Chevelle is the owner of the 7th perfect reaction time we've had so far today. Kelly Shear out of Belfair, Washington. The blue and black dragster that you see over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane alongside Tyler Murrup. Yeah, I'm going to stick with that. Murrup? Okay. I'm trying, Tyler, as hard as I can. Honest to God. Sandy, Utah. So dragster's a pair. Kelly Shear runs through with a 479 and 144 miles an hour. Started that out with a nice 014 light. Tyler gets off the line with an 05 and then runs a 471 at 145 miles an hour. And to give you the rest of the action, Mr. Sir Michael English.
Thank you, Jay Case. And by the way, nobody calls me Mr. And my mother was the only one that called me Michael. But right now, Jonathan Fiello, far side that very cool Nova, and Marco Peravolaris for Pinella Hoosier and those CRE transmissions. Marco's 19 on the tree. Jonathan says, yep, well, big deal, Marco. I'm 15 on the tree. Marco goes 464, 151. Jonathan's 569, 121. And this time it is Dale Torres behind the wheel of the front motor dragster. Brother Dale and Don trading back and forth and all that jazz. So Greg Hicks, far side, 18 on the tree. Dale Torres is big deal, 003. And Greg Hicks is out of the throttle at 520, 103. Dale goes 544, 125. Cooper Chun and Larry Geezy. Larry far side, that Dodge Daytona. And Cooper in from Vancouver, Washington for DC Auto and Foggett, Dave Barcelone's Truck Town. There we go. How about that Cooper Chun? Perfect off that tree trip. Zip, goose eggs down there. 512, 134. Larry Geezy is 575, 117 in the Daytona. Kevin Johnson, Mark Barnhart. In from New Mexico, marking the team here in that Michelob Ultra Lane. And from Draper, Utah, is Kevin Johnson over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. .005, Kevin Johnson, 015, Mark Barnhart. Kevin's 454, 152, three-way Chevrolet lane. Mark is 4600, 150, Michelob Ultra lane. Brad Pierce and Race Kid. I can't call him the babyface assassin anymore because he's getting too old. I'll just call him the assassin. And besides, he's old enough to take me, so I don't want to piss him off. Well, thanks, Jay. You're right. He was old enough to take. 10 years ago, I was going to say 15 years ago. So the Corvette in from that great town of Riverside. There we go. We get all 4 lights on finally. Thought it was going to be tomorrow. Brad goes 16 on the tree. Race Kids 40 on the tree. Races 469 147. Brad 632 2 119 is PJ Giacalone and Greg Vining. Sharpshooter Pomley, Nova. Shaver Specialty 55 Chevrolet. New Dad Bob Kelly. That'd be Kelly. That's the other half. And Baby Gianna. Watching the old man PJ and Greg Vining. The 66 Nova. Avon. Couple of door cars here. PJ right, Greg left. PJ's 27 on the tree. Greg Vining 014 on the tree down there top end. PJ 578.8 117. Greg Vining 584.5 116 is Tony Marconi. The Arrow. Tony rolls up right side. One of the Taurus rides. See who leaves first here. Tony bumping the Arrow in the convertible Arrow. For El Bandito Yankee Tequila. Boy, you'd be popular in my house. Red light start, Tony. Red light start, Taurus down there. Taurus 461 150. Tony's 588.5 116. Taurus was 015 red. Tony Marconi 005 red. Mark DeMaiashiro and Mark Kidd. The Kid Performance Dragster far side in from Double Drip, Idaho. And Mark DeMaiashiro in from Torrance for Torco Race Fuels. $20 on the tree, Mashiro. 32, Mark Kidd down there, top end. Mark Kidd, 468, 147. Mark Mayashiro, 490, 139. Tyler Smith, Cliff Hall. Tyler for Mountain View Performance, Mom and Dad, and Sister Paige down here. The Miller Race Cars. The Hall Brothers Maverick. Tyler Smith, 32. Hall, 41 down there, top end. Tyler, 455, 152. Cliff Hall, 602, 114. David Meyer, three-way Chevrolet lady. Bill Botello, the Seas Canny Pontiac Grand Am for the runner-in from Smith, Nevada, the retired farmer. Double 002, David Meyer, 010, Bill Botello down there. David, 472, 146. Bill in the Grand Am, 498, 140. Is Dylan Howe. Dylan Howe and Pearson Deming. This pair, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Tested tune cars. You can come up in lanes 5 and 6. Tested tuned lanes 5 and 6 as Pearson left the Nova. Dylan Howe for Cascade Trailers and Howe Racing. Tested tuned for the Hughes Performance $25,000 shootout. .011 is Pearson. .015 red Dillon. Top end Dillon 460 152. Pearson 652 104. Dan McClellan, C.W. Hofer. Once again, tested tuned cars lanes 5 and 6, please. Tested tuned lanes 5 and 6, please. And during the Hughes Performance $25,000 shootout, we will continue to run tested tune throughout the afternoon. Dan's in, C-Dub's in. 009 red, CW. 019 green, Dan McClellan. Dan McClellan, 591, 129. C-Dub, 733, 92 miles an hour is Steve Williams and Ryan Mangus. Tested tune lanes 5 and 6, please. Test and tune lanes 5 and 6 as Ryan rolls in right, Stevie Williams left. Time shot to dial them in for the Hughes Performance 64 car $25,000 shootout. Round one in a little bit. Tested tune lanes 5 and 6. They are in and set. Here we go. 27 is Steve Williams. Ryan Mangus, 007. Williams goes 4.448, 158. Ryan Mangus is 6.19.3, 109. Colby Fuller in from Georgia. The Foggett dragster. Hanging out with that Williams family as he always does. 001 on the tree on the red side, Colby Fuller, 467, 148. KJ Dessa, Las Vegas for LAT Racing Oils, and Robert Neighbor, the pool cleaning service guy out of Mira Loma. Robert B. right side, KJ over there left side. I believe will be the final pair of the shootout cars. KJ and Robert. KJ's red, Robert's 30 green down there top end. Robert 471, 149. KJ 485, 140. Test and tune cars lanes 5 and 6, please. Test and tune lanes 5 and 6, please. Brian Camp, Jeff LaSalle, two of the better players in door cars. Off the bottom bulb with Brian in the Camaro and Jeff over here in the Dodge. New dad, by the way, Jeff LaSalle. Just thought I'd bring that to your attention. In fact, Mom Stephanie in the house. She was up earlier. 002 Brian Cam, 017 Jeff LaSalle. Mopar is 651 104. 797 285 miles an hour. Brian Cam is Cooper Dreher. And Monty Beagle. Monty in from Canada, that Alberta, which is way the heck up there, you know. And Cooper Dreher, he didn't come quite as far. He lives in Bakersfield. Cooper 004 green. Monty Beagle down there top end. That coupe is 583, 117. Cooper 754, 91 miles an hour. Brian Schubert and Cooper's dad Greg Dreher come up now. Driving the Bruno Mobile for Bruno Casella. Brian Schubert, 006. Down there, that dragster is 618, 108. Greg Dreer, Bruno's ride, 644, 105. Alan Brown, Big Block Chevrolet, and Jonathan Knoll, Stick Shift Challenger for Sierra Auto and Tire over there in Mariposa. Alan Brown, 583, 117. Jonathan Knoll, 695. 100.17 MPH. Is so far Rich Uell and Colin Poister, the only ones that got that perfect 100 mile an hour. Joey Trotsky. Joey 22 on the tree in the altered. Not 523, 143. Joey Trotsky. Dragsters 547, 124. Paige Smith, Jay Griner. The Pontiac Ventura for the J-Mobile far side. Paige over here in the Mountain View Performance Chevelle. .005 Jay Griner, 017 Paige Smith. Paige will get there first. 614, 111 Jay Griner, 680, 99 miles an hour. Mike Healing. It's either Mike or Zach, one or the other. I believe it's Mike this time. And Mark Lalonde in from Cottonwood, Arizona, with them Tom Yancey chassis dragsters. Mark Long, 12 on the tree. Mike Ealing, 27 on the tree. Mark goes 9, 490, 139. Mike is 644, 101. Sunday, Tim Arswald. Stan Deming, the Kid Performance Nova in from Idaho. And Tim Arswald's claim to fame, he's friends with C.W. Hofer. Just kidding. Sunday Tim's pretty good, especially on Sunday. Couple of red light starts with Stan being the better at 008. 623, 108. Stan Deming, 739.0, 92 miles an hour. Tim Arswald. Jay Cameron. El Camino. In the Booth Brothers Racing Roadster, far side. Jay Cameron, the red light start. Elke, 659, 109. Gary Manaka, the Manaka over there far side. He used to be a cool guy when he had the Vega wagon, but now he's got the Hot Rod Performance, Hughes Performance, Ford Roadster with his twin brother Petey out there. I can't believe Gary and Pete came to the races without Nancy. I have no idea how they'll exist. You imagine that pit area down there? Oh, my God. Well, let's assume they find their way to their pits.
There they are, scraping the peanut butter off the same knife.
Scraping it, they'll lick the peanut butter off the knives. What's wrong with you? Gary's red. Oh, Gary goes 006 red. Man, you pissed it by that much. 532, 128 for Manak. Manaka. So that's why I like him to be the Booth brothers, because I can say Booth much easier than I can say Manaka. No, they don't. But you can get that French out of Petey, you know, Boothay. Test and tune cars, lanes 5 and 6, please. Test and tune. Is that the Hammer pulling in? Oh, my goodness.
That's right. We are graced by the Hammer.
Yeah. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hughes Performance, 64 car, $25,000 shootout. Round 1 to lanes 1 and 2, please. Hughes Performance, $25,000 shootout. Round one, lanes 1 and 2, please. Oop, that wasn't good. I don't think that's supposed to work that way. Hughes Performance, $25,000 shootout. Round one to the lanes, please. A little bit of cleanup on the track here. Be just a second. Driver's license run. Kevin, don't walk too far that you can't make it back to the starting line. Hughes Performance, $25,000 shootout cars. Need you in the lanes. Round number one. Is in round one. That's the first round, by the way. So we get ready for round number one of the $25,000 Hughes Performance Shootout, which means Jay Kasem is going to keep this chair warm, and I'm going to go talk to Sophie Canberra. I have priorities.
Well, Mike, thanks a lot. Well, you know what's a lot of fun when you come to the Silver State West Coast Classic is the fact that there's always another race at the race, and this is probably one of the coolest ones we've seen yet. The Hughes Performance $25,000 shootout. 64 cars lined up side by side. You got to win this round, and then you're going to have to win the next one. And then after that, you're fighting for the money, and there's a lot of money at stake. Not only is it $25,000 to win, it's $5,000 to run up. So there it is. There's $30,000 sitting right there in the final. That's like a big old pot of gold, Mr. Leprechaun. You need to go on out and get you some of that. Wow. Again, we'd like to thank everybody at Hughes Performance, Kevin and the gang, everybody over there. Thanks a lot. Really do appreciate it. Silver State, we can't say enough. You know, it's so funny. I mean, probably, I don't know, lots of years ago, I remember coming to one of the Silver State, and I'm going, why would somebody from Nevada want to sponsor something in California? And now every time you drive up and down the highways, especially where I'm at in Orange County and in San Diego County, you see Silver State refrigeration trucks going everywhere. And it's pretty cool when you think about it that there you are. Now we know why they're out here putting up the cash and making it a really good time for everybody. The Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC. Heating, ventilation, air conditioning, you name it, they got it. All you got to do is come on out. West Coast Classic. Bracket racing, and I'm going to say this is bracket racing at its best. Anyway, these, you know, they say you look around the room, and if you can't tell who the sucker is in 5 minutes, you might be the sucker. I got news for you. You look around these staging lanes, ain't no suckers. This is absolutely, positively the toughest racers that made it to the region. And I'm going to say we've seen Savannah, Georgia, Mount Washington, Kentucky, a lot of Montana, Utah, bunch of Idaho, and some folks from Alberta, Canada, and maybe even a couple other places. I mean, all those places where people actually understand hockey rules. Not like the folks at the duck pond, Mike. So lots of good racing going on around here. And we see that we've got people from all over the country to come out here. And right now, 64 of them reached into that pocket, pulled out that entrance fee, and somebody plans on turning a little bit into a lot of bit. $25,000 thanks to Hughes Performance. We're kicking off the first of the events here at the Silver State West Coast Classic. Racers, you should all be in the lanes right now. Racers, you should all be in the lanes right now. So as you can hear, we just finished up giving a little bit, well, not quite finished up completely, but we are just about finished up giving the track a little bit of a tune-up itself, making sure that the lanes are nice and even, ready to go. The only advantage you've got is between your ears. That's it. You got to think your way through these wins. along with tonight's used performance 64 car shootout. Along with that, don't forget that on Saturday night, Door Car Clash, 16 Pro, 16 Super Pro. It's all said and done and the dust is settled. $10,000 to win. Again, final call, racers, final call, racers. If you're in the 64 car shootout presented by Used Performance, yous need to be in the lanes. Again, final call. Got a little unfinished business to do before we start the 64 car shootout. Mike Agnew in the Chevelle was having trouble earlier. Wants to try to make sure he's got that baby dialed for the rest of the weekend. Ron Nickel, it now just says Livermore, California Incorporated on the side of it. Hammer off line 05, Sash off line 02, 712 at 96 miles an hour for the big 64 Oldsmobile. Third generation Firebird runs through with a 732 at 91.99 miles an hour. So Robert Naylor driving the Corvette. John Castro driving the Nova. I was just mentioning earlier that Ford, what I thought was Mustang, might have been a Capri. Well, Now I've got information on it, and matter of fact, that is a 1983 Capri. Mercury decided that they needed their own Mustang, although it didn't originally come with 408 cubic inches. It does now. Michael Dye driving the Capri over in the three-way Chevy. Sound like something spun a little bit on the gear change there, or somebody's transmission might be giving it a little bit of zoom, zoom, zoom. 510 for the dragster at 135 miles an hour. The Mercury goes 752 at 83.3 miles an hour. So it looks like we're going to take a moment or so just to double check everything. We want it perfect. All right, looks like the tractor might be making its last pass. So, guys, I want everybody to be ready to go here as we are going into first round of eliminations. The used performance 64 car 25K shootout on a beautiful Thursday afternoon. All right, here we go. We're randomly going to run some cars out here. For those of you that are watching at home, Mike, wake up. All right, here we go. Mark, turn your dial in around, man. So far, everybody in the far side grandstands will get an opportunity to see that. All right, here we go. We got a couple hitters, one from the south and one from the north. Daryl Wirtz. Daryl out of Meridian, Idaho. 456 to dial in. Mark Miyashiro in Torrance via Hawaii. The 06 undercover chassis. 500 cubic inches of LS power. Yep, some of that stuff. Late model stuff. So Mark's going to get a little bit of a head start, about 0.4 of a second. And then Idaho's coming after you. Taking your time. And it's a $25,000 decision you're getting ready to make. Down at the other end, this is tight. Winlight comes up. Daryl Wirtz by 0.7 of a second. He runs a 4.56 with a 3. 94 on a 92 for Mark Miyashiro. Mark's light, 002. Daryl gave him away 100th of a second, but got it back with a near dead on. And like I said, somebody doesn't travel all those miles to just give that money away. Mark fighting for all of it out there. Daryl gets around him by 7 thousandths of a second. Wow. Right off the bat, this stuff gets tough. Dennis Paz, Stockton, California. The 65 El Camino going to pop off the line about a second and a half in front of Don Taros. 675 for Dennis, 545 for Don Taros. Everybody's away, clean and green, runs for the other end. Who says the winner is? Dennis Paz. 677 with a 4 on a 675 dial-in. Got the better of the two green lights. Dale ran it out, runs 46 with a 0. And check out the size of the victory. 3 ten-thousandths of a second for Dennis Paz. Mike, you can't believe how long that is. Larry Giese out of Redwood Valley, California. The 95 Daytona. 451 cubic inches of serious Mopar under that hood. 574 the dial-in. Going to give a little bit of a head start to Darren Taylor. Darren driving the 76er out there, the 76 Nova. 532 cubic inches. Red light for Larry. Win light. Darren gets to run it out, and guess what, Darren? You picked the right dial-in. 610 on a 610 with 4 thousandths to spare. How much room do you need? Nice 02 light off the tree. The Idaho driver goes on to round 2. Man, I'm telling you what, your granddaddy or great-granddaddy might have invented the radio. But Mr. Marconi, you got your hands full right here. Dave Beckworth out of Rancho Cucamonga, the 64 Chevy 2, dialed 541. Going to give 4 and change head start over to Tony. Tony Marconi, 588. He's out of Surprise, Arizona. He's driving the El Bandito. Not to mention sponsored by Yankee Tequila. It might be fueled by Yankee Tequila. Mopar, 440 inches, and he's cut the roof off of that. I hear that. Oh, okay. So basically, Chrysler Corporation would like to put that in a museum. He says, let me just win a few more rounds with it. Tight down on this end. How about the other end? Tight again. 88 with a 9 on an 88, and he takes a 4,000 stripe. Remember when it used to be B-double-O, do double-O, take double-O? Well, now it's pretty much if you don't take that double-O at the other end, you ain't going to win one of these. 41 on a 41 with a 7 didn't win it, but an 88 with a 9 did, and the lights were only 6 thousandths apart. Do the math, wild man. That is 4 thousandths of a second difference at the other end. Wow. Cooper Chun. 514 the dial in. Another of the Division 6 racers making his way down. This one from Vancouver, Washington. Alongside Dustin Wirtz. That's right. Let's pair them by zip code. Another Division 6 racer out of Nampa. This might be the fastest car on the grounds this weekend. All right. Cooper Chun putting on the win light with a 527 at 111 miles an hour as he looked in the rearview mirror and said, Dustin ain't coming. I don't know why, but he ain't coming. 005 off the tree. He was going to be hard to beat anyway. That is a fact. Jack. Listen to that. Front motor dragsters spin up them itty bitty, not nearly as wide as the other guy's slicks. All the way down from Magna, Utah. That's Austin Schoenfeld. 487. Alongside Larry Pittenger. 614, the dial in for the door car. 1968 Camaro. Another of the LS powered cars. We're going to see a lot more of those. And Mike has verified this indeed is LS powered. 427 cubic inches of LS power, looking for a 614. The dragster, 487, is going to give second change, almost a second and a half head start. Tree comes down. Everybody's green. Here they go for the other end. Winlight says 619 on a 614 as the dragster goes too quick. So Larry moves on to round 2 as we get ready for the next pair. Colin Foyce, 7777. That ought to be your lucky number. Out of Joshua Tree, the 67 Nova. It's kind of powder blue. Not a bad looking car, though. 67 Chevy 2. Got the sedan style. Alongside Brian Kelly. Brian driving the Race Tech dragster. This one's a pretty quick little bear. 459 the dial in. Tree comes down. Everybody heading for the other end. Lights are close and green. Gets the other end. 459 with a 5. Beats an 80 with an 8 on an 81. So to give you an idea, out by 0.02 of a second. So Brian Kelly, better reaction time, runs a 59 with a 5 on a 59. That, the best reaction time and closer to your dial, what you going to do? Win. Here we go. Here's a tough one right here. Mark Kidd. Mark out of Twin Falls, Idaho. Well, check this out. So we've got Mark Kidd alongside Daniel McClellan. How did that happen? I'll tell you what, man. This is randomly 2 of the better racers out here this weekend. Winlight says Mark Kidd wins this round. Mark, a slightly better light, goes off the tree with an 019 light and runs a 70 with a 0 on a 69 dial and takes the win. Daniel runs through with a 94 on a 92. Off the dial in by 2 sometimes isn't a big deal. This time it was a big deal. Well, if you like door car versus dragster, you're going to like this. Emma Duchel driving the Corvette 5.82 for a dial-in. James Warden 4.63. 632 cubic inch dragster alongside a 565 cubic inch 1963 split window Corvette. Because, you go out there and why wouldn't you have a 63 split window Corvette? That way you can look out either back windows when you got a 4-second dragster tracking you down. The auto starts on. All right. Everybody made it. Thanks, Emma. Lights are green, both sides of the track. Winlight says James Warden, 64 with a 0 on a 63. Better of the 2 green lights, and James goes through with 140 miles an hour. Emma runs through with a 586 on a 582. And looks like she got to the brakes right there at the end, trying to widen up that stripe, doing the right thing. But unfortunately, better of the 2 lights went over to James Warden, and the Winlight does as well. Here's Greg Hicks. Man, I'll tell you what. DJ Humard, he's got his hands full over here. 2 tough ones right here. Good race. This race, if you want to see one of the fast ones against one of the slow ones and see where either one of them could easily put the win light on, this is it right here. 643 for the Door Car Wagon. Man, that thing's got like 9 of them on it. It's like all the doors you've ever seen. And then alongside the dragster, not a door to be found. $4.99 for Greg Hicks. That's plenty quick. Going to give a 1 and change head start over. DJ puts on the red light. Greg Hicks puts on the win light. He goes 5:15. I don't think he saw the fact that DJ went red until a little later, and then he started coasting through the top end. Jason Papp driving an 09 Mullis car. 4:56. Going to give almost a half-second head start to Larry Beckner. Beckner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Look at where Mr. Papp is from. Chestermere, Alberta. I'm going to say probably Canada. I don't know of any other Albertas. Oh, thank you. Everybody agreed with me that it's in Canada. I'll bet you could talk hockey with this guy. Of course, when you tell him you're from... Okay, I didn't know that. Mike tells me he plays tennis. It's lots of fun in the snow, I bet. They got snow up there. Dragster's a pair. Lights are clean and green. Win light goes over to Jason Papp. Jason with a nice 0-2 off the tree. Runs a 57 with an 8 on a 56. Forcing Larry Beckner to go under by just a tad. About 16 thou under, and that was 16 thou too much. Okay, so Jason Papp moves on to round 2. All right. More door cars versus dragsters. More tough guys against tough guys. This one's good. Brad Pierce, he's driving that 1958 Corvette alongside Kevin Johnson. Kevin all the way down from Draper, Utah. Corvette leaves the line kind of slow, but gets on with it after a while. Dragster goes red. Brad Pierce moves on to round 2. Kevin Johnson runs a 53 and a 4. He's a little too quick, so he gets to see the whole show. But Brad Pierce runs dead on with a 7 at 119 miles an hour. Here's Colby Fuller. Colby out of Savannah, Georgia. That is a fur piece. Driving a 22 Maddox chassis, 496 cubic inches. Yeah, basically what they did is they drew a big circle right around Bakersfield, about 2,000 miles away from Bakersfield, and that's where we got both contestants from. And again, door car versus dragster, James Rutherford. Oh, baby. James in that super fast door car goes red by 2 thou. Colby Fuller was going to be real tough to beat as he came off the line with an 05. Now he did coast on through with a 503. 91, of course he ran a 91 dead on. 91 with a 3 on a 91 because if you go red, you're guaranteed to go dead on. That is just the rules. Well, dragster versus dragster. Val Torres Jr. alongside Jason Rosenbaum. Val's got a 472 dial into a 474. This one's going to look like a heads-up match. For those guys that got like the computerized, the new eyeball thing, maybe you could see it. But not too many people are going to spot 0.02 of a second difference in the tree. So this is going to look like a heads-up match all the way down. At the other end, Winlight comes up. Jason Rosenbaum runs a 74 with an 8 after a 002 light. Val Torres Jr. runs a 72 with a 7. So he actually ran 100th of a second, or 1,000th of a second closer to his dial in. 100th of a second. No, 7,000ths of a second close. 1,000. I can do the math for crying out loud. I know. 10 thou pack. That's enough to win.
He had no chance.
Val Torres started out with an 0.16 light, and he was 7th out away from winning that one no matter what happened. Yeah.
He had no chance.
Man, come off a line with a near perfect light, and guess what? You're already done. Yeah. Yikes. Tim O'More out of Tucson, Arizona, another dragster. He gets to leave first with a 494. Dean Bush over there right next to him goes right next to him. 1,000 separates him on the tree. And then down at the other end, 77 10,000s. That's like, I'm not even sure how long room that is. 7th thou. I'll simplify it. Or round up to 8th thou if you wanted. And a 476 with a 1 on a 476 takes the win. And a 494 with a 9. So two guys run dead on. The worst of the two lights was 1/100th of a second away from perfect, and 1 thou apart in difference. This is absolutely incredible what these guys are doing round after round. I'm talking about you want to be ready, you better be ready. Marco Paravalos. Paravallaris, easy for you to say. 463, the dial-ins giving over a second head start to Greg Vining's little bitty 66 Chevy 2. It's real little bitty until you open up the hood, and nearly 500 inches of big block Chevy kind of help motivate that thing down the road. A 584 dial-in, so yes, he's getting over a second head start, but that probably doesn't happen very often when this guy goes racing. But here you go, 8th mile racing at its best right here. Two completely different cars lining up, and somebody is going to make their way towards that $25,000. Thank you, Used Performance. This here's a good drag race. Oh, baby. Going under by a thou. Greg Vining gets there first, but breaks out by 1,000th of a second. 64 on a 63 for Marco, and Marco moves on to round 2. Yep, Marco actually had the worst of the two lights, if you want to call 7th thou split a difference of worse, but 7th thou probably could have helped, because Greg's down at the other end looking for 1 thou just to get on the good side of that dial. This is serious business racing right here. You pays your money and you takes your chances. Kevin Shearer, 4.58, the dial-in for Kevin, driving the dragster over here in the Michelob Ultra lane. Three-way Chevrolet lane, the Professor. Well, Marianne's already on the boat. 502's the dial. Half a second head start goes over to the Professor in the 00000 worthy chassis car. The teacher, Thomas Bear. Kevin Shearer puts up a 1 thou red light and giving the win light over to Tom Bear. Tom Bear was no slouch either as he goes 008. That's what you call a safe light. He goes 008 under by 3 thou, but he'll take that. That packaged up nicely. And Tom Bear moves on to the next round. Kevin Shearer runs it out, and of course, what do? If you go red, you're guaranteed you're going to put up that 58 on a 58. Wow. Chad Axford out of Mount Washington, Kentucky. Speaking of folks that have made the trip, 598 cubic inches of big Chevy in that rear motor dragster alongside Kelly Shearer. Kelly making the way down from Belfair, Washington. Nice drag race going on right here. Somebody's going to get a win light. 79 on a 78, good for the win. Another one of these 3,000th of a second down at the other end. Everybody was green. Chad actually had a slightly better light, but ran 2 off the number when he needed to run 1 off the number. And there you go. Kelly Shearer moves on to the next round. Krista Sudam out of Bakersfield, the K&S Industries car, 4.80 seconds, going to give the head start over to Ricky Duschel. Ricky driving the Corvette. During time trials, Ricky was tough. He put up some serious reaction times. Let's see what you got this time. Krista out there in the dragster. Tight little race on this end. Get to the other end. Winlight comes up Krista. Ricky goes under by 0.03 of a second. Krista 81 on an 80 takes the win. Krista's 015 beats the 009 of Ricky. So that's, man, that was just anybody's guess all the way down. That race was there. Tough. Tough racing going on right here. Robert Butler, 2010 Race Tech, 585 cubic inches, making a way out from Citrus Heights, of course. 476, the dial going to give a long head start to CW. CW is out. Robert Butler's out, getting towards the other end. Winlight comes up Robert Butler. CW actually 0.07 of a second better light. 019 for Butler, 012 for CW. CW goes a 32 with a 9 on a 34, and closer by about 100th of a second. Robert Butler takes the win. Oh, man, that's as tight as it gets right there. Wow. PJ Giacalone driving the 1955 Chevy. It's not a Bel Air. No. It's a 210. That's kind of your midline machine right there. 579 the dial in for PJ Giacalone alongside Rance Kidd. Race is unbelievable. Race is untouchable last year. Let's see what you got this year. He's the kid. I don't know. Well, wait a minute. It is Kid. This guy can race. This dragster is deadly, and that kid, as Mike calls him, the assassin. Here we go, another tight one at the other end. Race Kid, 69 with a 3 on a 68. PJ gets there first by 100th of a second and broke out by 5 thousandths. There was room to win that. You just had to slide it in a little tighter. It goes 469 with a 3 on his 468. Race Kid takes the win. A 20 reaction time, 1,000th of a second slower, and he goes a 78 with a 5 on a 79. PJ Giacalone looks like he might have tapped the brakes as he gets to 116 miles an hour, but Race Kid moves on to the next round. Cliff Hall driving the 1970 Maverick. Winlight comes up on the other side. Mark Barnhart gets the win. Cliff Hall goes red by 5,000 of a second. His race was over. Mark Barnhart, he goes to 009 and then runs a 60 with a 4 on a 59 at 150 miles an hour. That is one flying machine right there. Cliff Hall, after that red light, then goes 603 at 114.09. Well, I'm sure David doesn't roll up here very often and sit there and go, wait a minute, what do you mean I'm leaving first? A 472 is his dial-in that he's got on a dragster, and Steve Williams is going, yep, matter of fact, you're going to leave about 0.3 of a second first. Steve Williams, the 22 Race Tech car, 622 inches of big Chevy. This thing motates. How about a 445 dial-in on Williams' Foggett car? Green light's a pair, goes for the other end. Oh, man. Breaking out by 1,000th of a second is Steve Williams. Dave Meyer runs down through there, and he goes a 015 off the tree, and he runs a 472 with a 1 on a 472 at 147 miles an hour. Steve Williams, 158.2 as he was pedaling as fast as he can. Goes under by 1,000th, but he gave up about 9 thousandths on the tree, and that was 7.0076. Too much. Tyler Myrup, down from Sandy, Utah. The orange dragster you see over in the three-way Chevrolet. KJ Dessa, North Las Vegas. I don't live in regular Las Vegas. No, I live in North Las Vegas, and I dial 484. Going to get a tenth of a second head start over Tyler's dragster. Dragster's a pair of the bright yellow dragster over here in the Michelob Ultra lane. KJ going to leave first by a wink. Both guys leave the line. Everybody's green. Fight it out to the other end. Winlight comes up 484 with a 0 on a 484. Started that out with a 5 thou light. And then, just to make matters worse, goes down the other end and steals a 0028 stripe. I mean, that's like an unbeatable package right there. Supposedly, in theory, you could beat it, but I don't know how. Tyler Murrup did everything he could, but goes under by about 3, and that's 3 too many. Pearson Deming. Last year, this kid in that car with that vinyl top and all puts on a lot of wind lights, and he started this one out with a perfect light. Dylan Hedgewood out of Tustin came off the line and basically had no chance. He runs a 43 on a 39. Pierce started that out with a 0-0-0 perfect light. Goes 657 on a 652, and just said, let me show you how I won all that money last year. And looks like he is already on the good foot to some more. Wow. Start that out absolutely perfect off the tree. Gabe Torres out of La Puente. 461 the dial in for the dragster alongside Bill Botello driving the Seas Candy Pontiac. Goes to the other end. Botello breaks out. Gabe Torres, 61 with a 6 on a 61. Started that out with a beautiful 012 light. Bill gave up a little too much off the tree. Broke out trying to catch up. Couldn't get it done. Gabe Torres moves on to round 2. Hey, this might be one of the best looking Mopars on the grounds. Now, Sir James might want to come up and argue, but Crouton Excavating sponsored Robin Crouton doing the driving. 527 the dial in on that beautiful 69 GTX alongside Dylan Howe out of Junction City, Oregon. Cascade Trailers sponsor on that dragster. The dragster giving up about 3/4 of a second. Not that much. That's how fast this big Mopar is. It's got kind of a work on an air grabber out there on the front. You ought to put those teeth on it like they put on the original air grabbers. That'd be hot. Dylan, there's a reason why that car says number 63 on it is he didn't pick that out of the air. One of the tougher racers you're going to find up there in Division 6. Alongside Robin Crouton. Robin from Garden Valley, California. Dorcar leaves first. Dragster trying to chase after him. Everybody's green. Winlight comes up. Dylan Howe does the job. He runs a 51 with a 0 on a 50. Closer to the dial and closer to the reaction time. Robin goes 064 on a tree and then runs 28 on a 27 at 126 miles an hour. Dylan out with that beautiful 04 light. That's pretty much all it said. And he runs 151.48 miles an hour. Next pair coming your way, Jonathan Fiello, the 71 Nova. This guy can put some wind lights on, and he can string them. 569 is the dial, and alongside Tyler Smith. Tyler out of Rancho Cucamonga. 4.57 the dial in. So these cars are about a second and change difference between them. But Jonathan isn't going to think that's any kind of advantage. Jonathan runs this door car very well. Tyler Smith chasing. Everybody staging up. It's going to take him just a minute. Everybody wants to take their time. I mean, there is like 25 grand at the something to think about. 569 the dial-in for Jonathan. He's going to leave first. Tyler Smith driving the dragster. The orange and black dragster. Hey, right time of year for those colors. Man, if you didn't hear Mike howl in the background, you'd never know that somebody went near perfect off the tree. A 003 for Tyler Smith and a 57 with an 8 on a 57. Pretty much locked in the win light. You're 0-1-5 off the tree. Jonathan doing a real nice job, and then sits there and goes, has to mash the brakes. That was the only last chance he had. Smith wasn't breaking out, though, as he was running dead on with an 03 light. And that's a real tough package to beat right there. Robert Neighbor, speaking of tough and hard to beat, 471 the dial in on that dragster in the Michelob Ultra lane alongside Ryan Magnus. Yeah, this is a pair to draw to right here. Door car versus dragster, and this is as tough as it gets. Ryan Magnus leaves with the only green light and then runs dead on with a 0. He goes 618 on a 618. Robert Neighbor goes off the line red. Runs a 470 with a 5 on a 471. And finishing up in the last car in the first round, Scott Taylor. Scott making the trip down from Columbia Falls, Montana, and making it worth his while. He goes 669 on a 669 with 102 miles an hour. Starts that out with a nice 022 light. And Scott moves on to the next round. Test and tune, guys, you'll be coming out next. Test and tune, you'll be coming out next. Test and tune, you're more than welcome. All righty, we're running back into test and tune here. So if you're back in the pits and would like to get another pass in and you've bought a test and tune tech card, bring him on down. Hammer, where are you at, man? '84 Camaro, Brian Cam driving alongside Robert Strong. Robert, the horsepower garage of Hemet. 68 Firebird. Got a racer needs a welder. Got a racer needs a welder. Got a racer needs a welder. Test and tune, guys. You guys bring them on down to the lanes. Test and tune, bring them on down to the lanes. Going to have just a short break on you guys over there, but don't get too far away if you're into round 2, because you round 2 guys will be calling you in a little bit. 019 off the tree for Robert Strong. Brian Cam right there with him with an 024. Strong runs a 680 at 100 miles an hour. Almost got your number there, Mikey. And then goes, how about Brian goes 801 at 85 miles an hour. Well, you know, you got a Corvette. Bring it out to the drag strip. And you run a front motor dragster. Brian Schubert's front motor dragster, 97, 350 cubic inch dragster. It goes 619 at 107 miles an hour. Corvette, 794 at 88 miles an hour. Do you have a test and tune tech card? Is your car got gas in it? Is it ready to go? Well, bring it on up to the lanes, guys. Test and tune, this is your chance. Test and tune, this is your chance. Rick Fendley out of Wilmington, that 67 Bel Air. I really dig that machine. That thing is really cool. I know, 649 at 104 miles an hour, basically. Yeah, that's just about a 9-second big old car. Here's Sophie. Sophie coming around out from the Cambria Speed Shop. The Cambria Speed Shop. I got it right the second time. Good looking purple and white dragster. Sophie doing the driving. .512, 134 miles an hour. Red by just a little bitty bit. 8 thousandths of a second. Getting close. Getting tight. Again, if you are a test and tune car, you're going to bring them up like lanes 5 and 6. Test and tune cars, we're going to bring them up lanes 5 and 6. As, like I explained earlier, we're going to work in as we can around the shootout cars. Anyway, so now's a really good time. And we hopefully get you guys a pass or two more before we close out the business tonight. Closing out the business is going to include handing out a big old check. Used Performance, $25,000. Got to thank you. Kevin and the fellas over there at Used Performance. Pit hand. Guy's a crack up. The racer that was looking for a welder, get with Kevin Pope. He drives a red Camaro, and he's parked back by the bathrooms, and he has a welder. You guys get together, figure out how to fix it, get her done. $7,716 is the number on the Camaro of the gentleman that has the welder. Elliot Franco, 2018 American. I want to be an American dragster. Elliot Franco out of La Palma, alongside Sasha, the 91 Firebird. Tough. Don't know how, don't know why, but they are. Just lots of practice. And you know what's funny? You know what they say? The more I practice, the luckier I get. Either way, Hofer family puts on a lot of win lines. Dragster blasts off the line, nice 0-2 light, and then goes 506, 135 miles an hour. Sasha runs down there with a 731 at 92 miles an hour. Jeff Dye driving the 64 Nova alongside Michael Dye. Michael Dye driving the 83 Capri. Gee, Atascadero. Who do we know from Atascadero? Pedro goes 003 off a tree and then runs a 704 at 95 miles an hour in his Firebird. Leslie Emery out of, it looks like someplace it should be in Hawaii. It's called Kuna, Idaho, though. Affordable transmission, 071 off the tree, goes 702 at 96.42 miles an hour. You know, Mike, the phone just, it's, no. Greg Dreher out of Bakersfield. I know where that place is. AFR Heads sponsors that 1985 Camaro. 645 at 104 miles an hour. That Camaro runs nice. Tim Arnswald, 730 at 92 miles an hour. Greg with an 038 light off the tree. 06 over in the Michelob Ultra Lane. 4-speed car out there. Got to row the boat. 70 Challenger. That's driven by Jonathan Noel. Livermore Incorporated. Ron doesn't even put his name on his tech card anymore. He goes, if you don't know who I am, you're going to find out the hard way. Tree comes down. Hammer goes red. That big old 442 runs pretty nice, though. 710 at 97 miles an hour. Jonathan in the big Mopar, 70 Challenger, stick 'em up shift. 7.18 at 99.51 miles an hour. Trying to sneak up on that magic 3 digits. Stan Deming, the Kid Performance, 76 Nova. How many 76 Novas are out here? It's alongside Richard McFarland. Burns Brothers Race Cars. Richard, the Pontiac-powered dragster. Somebody said, Richard, why did you put a Pontiac in it? Because I don't know how to drive anything else. Boy, I'll tell you what, he still remembers how to cut a tree. 009 for Richard, and then goes 579, 117. Stan Deming, 04 off the tree, goes 623 at 108 miles an hour. Yeah. You know, it used to be in the old days, they put the ages on the tech cards. Now we just put the centuries. Randy Snyder out of Orangevale, the 73 Vega. It's Orange Vega from Orangevale. Alongside Stan Montgomery, another of the Atascadero Terrors. The 63 Chevy 2, 605 cubic inches. Son, you need supervision. Two really nice lights. 010 for Stan. Randy goes 019. Gets to the other end. How about 605 at 116 miles an hour for Stan Montgomery. Randy Snyder goes through with a 657 at 103.5. Cooper Dreher. I'm sorry, I don't know who you might have been that was getting close. Cooper now owns it with 16 passes down the track today. 002 off the tree. I think he's figured that out. 763 at 89 miles an hour for the 1967 Comet Caliente. That's the warmed over version, not quite the Cyclone. Alongside Garrett Agnew in the 23 Dragster. Neat little machine goes 662 at 109. And this is your call. This is your call. Listen up. Round two, lanes 1 and 2. Round two, lanes 1 and 2. If you put on the win light in the first round, now you got to come up and get double tough in the second round. Listen up. Use performance, 64 car shootout. Round 2, lanes 1 and 2. Round 2, lanes 1 and 2. Chris Pintner, 66 Chevy 2, runs through a 651 at 109 miles an hour, 670 at 98 miles an hour. Over there in the three-way Chevrolet lane, good-looking Chevelle right there. That is a nice-looking machine. Paige Smith driving out of Rancho Cucamonga. Mountain View Performance, 67 Chevelle, the all-black dragster, just kind of sneaking in right now. What a good-looking, I like it. It's all shiny black. Disappears at night. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Round 2. Used performance. 64 car shootout. Now I guess it's the 32 car shootout. Come on down. Mike digs me for my math. Paige Smith off the line with an 06. Ultra Lane goes 014. Hey, working his way into the booth. Here comes Mike. Awesome first round. Guys, second round. You've been called.
Alan Brown in the coupe is 586.9. 116. Jay Cameron in the Elkie, 662.6. 101 is Rob Strong and Michael Urquhart. Urquhart out of Lake Forest. That's down the southern end of the orange curtain, as Charlie Allen would say. Whoops, grab that wrong one. We'll try this one now. That's better. So the Firebird and the Malibu. And if you're watching on the World Wide Web on the Facebook Formosa Drag Strip Facebook page, and I have to tell you which is which, forget it. Round 2 of the shootout, the Hughes Performance $25,000 shootout. Jay so attentively said it's now a 32-car shootout because we cut him in half. I do not know what I'd do without that mathematical genius. '19 on the tree is Rob Strong and the Bird. Chevelle got to get there first. No, Rob does. 677, 101. Chevelle goes 6707, 101. Richard Leo. And let's see. Don Torres. This time, because Brother Dale, easy for you to say, not so much for me. '14, Don Torres. '35, Richard Leo. 545, 125, Don Torres. 724, 494 miles an hour, Richard Leo. Chris Johnson, the Mopar. Rolls up. The Western Edge Auto Center Duster for Chris and team out of Lancaster, taking on the Dragster Far Side. Round 2 of the shootout, the Hughes Performance 64 car, $25,000 shootout. Need you to the lanes, please. 1 and 2. Chris is in, waiting on Dragster Far Side. In, set, here we go. Chris Johnson, 22 on the tree. Better of the two down there. Dragster, 499, 133. Chris is 5941, 115. It was 022. Joel Hudson, the Monte Carlo for Hillside Hay, and Logan Pagano, the Corvette. $20 on the tree is Joel. $17 on the tree is Logan. Joel 655, 104. Logan 793, 788 miles an hour in the Corvette. Stan Montgomery, Wheeling to Nova. Couple of red light starts there. Dragster is better than 2 at 011. Runs down through there at 486, 142. Montgomery the Nova 606, 116. Anthony Matazza. Anthony is 001 RED in the Roadster, 571.17. The Jeep Mobile, 668, 100 miles an hour. Alan Valvo and Bailey Neighbor. So Bailey, see what she can do over there in the family dragster. We got crew chief extraordinaire Chad Neighbor helping out. And Alan the Chevelle. The Chevelle run pretty darn good now. Alan been working on it. He is in waiting on Bailey to light that second light. Set. Allen's 007 red, Bailey's 025 green, Miss Bailey 4634 148, Allen 6086 116 in the Chevelle. Is DJ Homard. See what Deej does here. The Duchel Motorsports 66 Nova, which debuted, in the winner's circle, first race. DJ's 44 on the tree. 639 4 107. So a little bit of track prep going out there. Jim Black out there on the tractor before we go into round number 2 of the Hughes Performance 64-car, $25,000 shootout. Somebody could take me to dinner on that kind of money. Round number 2 of the Hughes Performance $25,000 shootout in the lanes. Rick and Kathy Harris watching on the World Wide Web up, and they say, good luck to all our friends from Idaho. Seriously, come on. By the way, it's Davies. Isn't it Davies' birthday down in Texas with Adam and Ash? I think it is. Anyway, just about done. Round 2. Hey, Rick, somebody from Idaho wins. They got to take you and Kathy to dinner Monday or Tuesday night or whenever they get. But they may never get back. You got to spend that money all the way. Yep. That's a pretty good pick there, Rick. Round 2, the Hughes Performance $25,000 shootout with Dennis Paz coming up in the El Camino at 677. Being that three-way Chevrolet lane. And Scott Taylor out of Montana, the 65 Chevelle, just a tick behind at 668. So the Elkie far side getting itty-bitty little head start. One of the best in the biz. Of course, that boy out of Columbia Falls, Montana, ain't no weak dog. Rick will tell you about that in due time. Maybe next year. Maybe. It's an inside story, but we'll go. So first pair, round number 2 for $25,000 in that Hughes Performance Shootout. They are pre-staged. Dennis over there, Scott over here. Somebody going to round number 3 and a chance for 25 big ones. They are clean and they are green. El Camino out front. First off that starting line was Dennis Paz at 024 and the Pazmobile out by 5,000 for the win. Scott Taylor was 45 on the tree and goes out by 25,000. And Dennis Paz 024 and out by 5,000 for the win is Tony Marconi and Brian Kelly. Brian in the dragster far side, one of the Warden rides, 459, chasing that prime time player in from Arizona, Tony Marconi, El Bandito Yankee Tequila, the convertible arrow at 588 for Tony. So head start going to the arrow. Dragster chasing. Brian Kelly's in, waiting on Tony Marconi in the arrow. They're in and set. Here we go. Head start to that arrow. Green light start. Oh, baby, watch that thing down there, top end. Check this out. Tony Marconi. How about this? 009, one over with an 8 for the win. Brian Kelly was 005 and out by 5,000 and took a 200 stripe. And Tony Marconi to round 3. The Hughes Performance $25,000 shootout is Daryl Wirtz and Darren Taylor. Oh, the battle for the pride of Idaho. The dragster for Daryl Farside, 456, chasing Darren Taylor. The Nova at 610. And a red light start. The win goes to Daryl Wirtz. Wow. Check that out. 001, 55 with a 4 on that 56 dial for the win. Darren Taylor was 15,000 RED and a 1 over with an 8 and bows out. Tom Bayer, Jason Papp. Jason in from Chestermere, Alberta, Canada. Backing up in that Automax Dragster at 456. Chasing Tom Bayer. Professor Tom. Far side in that three-way Chevrolet lane with wife Gina at 501. Couple of them long cars. So Jason Papp rolls up pre-stages. Waiting on that Tom Bayer. Bayer lights that second light. Jason bumping it in. Far side getting the head start. That three-way Chevrolet lane. Watch this, baby. Check this out down there. Bayer in that Silver State refrigeration car. Tom Bayer goes 001, 5028 on that 501 dialing for the win. Jason 028 wasn't bad. It goes a 1 over 57 for a 1. It was basically mathematically eliminated there is James Warden and Marco Paravallaris. 461 James Warden, far side. 464 Marco Paravallaris over here in the Michelob Ultra lane. Marco Paravallaris at 464 is getting a head start. By the way, if you have any Right Stuff gasket maker, bring it to me in the tower here, please. Right Stuff gasket maker. If you have any, bring it to me in the tower, and I'll get it to Justin Short. So right now, James left at 461, Marco right at 464. This is like heads up. If you can see that in the tree, I'm going to smack you. Oh, man, this baby's going to be good down there. The move to Marco. The wind light to Marco. Marco's 13 on the tree, 65 with the 2 on that 64 dialing for the win. James was 27 on the tree, goes to 61 with a 3 on that 61 dialing. That was 5 thousandths of a second to the stripe to Marco Paravallaris. The Michelob Ultra lane is Brad Pierce and Dean Bush. Dean the dragster, far side, in from Las Vegas, 476. Brad Pierce, the Corvette, a big-time hitter at 632, getting a head start in that 58 Corvette. Clean green despair. Here comes that Dean Bush ride, trying to reel that Corvette in. How about 011 on the tree? 1 over with a 2 for the win is Dean Bush. Brad Pierce was 25 on the tree, goes out by 2 thousandths of a second. As Jason Rosenbaum, 474, chasing track champ Krista Sudam. The KS Industries dragster far side, Krista at 482. Jason bumps that in. Krista waiting on him. We're good to go. Head start, Jason, over here. They are clean and they are green. They both got 0-1s and 2s in their reaction time. Krista, dead on 3, 0-12 for the win. Jason goes 21 and goes out with a 75 with a 1 on that 74 Island. Check that baby out. 0-12, dead on 3, and Jason was 0-21 and was eliminated. Had no chance. Krista moving to round number 3, and the shootout was Mark Kidd, Dylan Howe. Wow. Mark, the boss guy, well, the assistant manager to race at Kid Performance in Double Drip, Idaho, 469. The Cascade Trailer, Howe Racing dragster for Dylan Howe at 450. Dad Brian standing down there. Mark Kidd, 469 far side. Dylan over here at 450. With an opportunity to go to round number 3 in the Hughes Performance 25K shootout. Great matchup here. Identical off that starting line down there, top end. It's going to be Dylan Howe. How about 27 on the tree, dead on 0 for the win. Mark Kidd, 27 on the 3, out by 7 thou for the loss. Wow. Mark Barnhart, Colby Fuller. Colby Farside, the Foggett dragster, 467. Getting itty bitty little head start. Mark Barnhart in from New Mexico, 460. Michelob Ultra lane. Red light start, Colby Fuller by 3 stinking thousandths of a second. Red light's on, the Georgia driver's gone. Goes dead 5, but a red light start. Mark Barnhart, 24 on the tree, and 459.7 on that 460's light. Attention to the pits. Hey, Justin, I have that gasket maker in the tower here, please. Justin, I have that gasket maker in the tower, please. Is Greg Hicks and Cooper Chun. 5:15 Cooper in from Vancouver, Washington. Dave Barcelone's truck down right side. Three-way Chevrolet like Greg Hicks. 5:20 for Greg Hicks. Justin needs you the second level of the timing tower. I have your gasket maker. Justin. Cooper pre-stage. Waiting on Greg Hicks over there. Watch that baby down there. I heard a whop whop, I do believe. Cooper. 023, 19 with a 6 on that 15 dial for the win. Greg Hicks, I believe, pedaled it. Greg was 009 and then runs 39 with a 4 on that 20 dial, and I'm not sure where that came from. Is Kelly Scherer and Race Kid, the assassin, far side, 469 from Kid Performance, and Kelly Scherer, 479 for the runner out of Belfair, Washington. Now they're set. Head start over here to Kelly. Separated by 6 thou off that starting line at the finish line. How about Race Kid? 021, dead on 3 for the win. Kelly Scherer, 027, out by 6 thou for loss. Race Kid coming back to round number 3 is KJ Jessa and David Meyer. Wow. KJ, 483, the LAT Racing Oils dragster. And David Meyer, the Division 7 champ, 472, far side three-way Chevrolet light. Round number 2 of the Hughes Performance 25K shootout. .005 was second off that starting line and doesn't get there. KJ puts up a 6 thou package. Wow, 483.5, dead on 5, 001, and takes the win right side. David Meyer was 005 and out by 3 thousandths of a second, taking a 4/10,000th stripe down their top end. KJ moving on is Tyler Smith, Larry Pittenger. Larry Farside, AZ, the Camaro at 614, and the Mountain View Performance dragster, Tyler Smith, 455, Tyler. Again, 005 left second. It does not get there by 4 thousandths of a second. Larry Pittenger, 002, 2 over with a 6 for the win. Tyler, 005, 2 over with a 7 for the loss. 4 thousandths of a second at the finish line going to Larry Pittenger in the Arizona-based Camaro is Robert Butler and Ryan Mangus. Butler over here, the dragster, 475, chasing prime time Ryan. 617, Mangus in that wheel-standing Camaro. Head start Mangus. Here comes Robert Butler chasing that wheel standing Camaro over there. Top end. How about that Ryan Mangus by 4,000ths of a second? 0.25.19 with a 2, which is 2 over. Takes out Robert Butler's 0.34. 4.76.7, which is 1 over. 4th out to Ryan Mangus is Gabe Torres, Pearson Deming. Big time round 2 matchup. Pearson Deming, 6.53 getting the head start. Gabe Torres driving Dad's car at 4.61 in the Gabe Mobile. By the way, Kathy Harris, thank you very much, and I may do that next year, but we'll talk about that later. So Pearson's in for all of Idaho. And Kathy and Rick Harris cheering their Idaho neighbors on, trying to take out Gabe Torres. Great matchup here. Pearson out there in that door car looking over his shoulder. Wow. Gabe Torres dead on 3, 0.16 for the win. Pearson Demings, 0.12, and then goes 6.551 and could not get there. So Gabe Torres, round number 3, is C.W. Hofer taking on the Mustang. So back to test and tune after a great round number 2 of the Hughes Performance 25K shootout. Round 3 coming up in a little bit. Woo, back to test and tune with the Mustang at 005 and C-Dub at 001. 673, 98 miles an hour. Mustang C-Dub is 001 and 732.8, 92 miles an hour. Brian Schubert. So Brian taking the single run here. Ladies coming up next. Down there, 6:15, 108 for Brian Schubert. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Lanes are open for test and tune. Lanes are open for test and tune. So a quick spray of the track there and get rocking and rolling. A couple of the ladies with Paige Smith, far side. Sophie Canberra over here in the Canberra Speed Shop. Team Dragster. And Sophie not backing up. Boyfriend Ian and Dad Ronnie down there to take a look, and I'm not sure what happened, but it has not been the best weekend so far for Sophie. And so get Ronnie and Ian over the wall, and we're going to send Paige on a single run, and then we'll get Sophie off the track. Paige is 25 RED. Chevelle goes 618, 110, 618, 110. Now we're going to push Sophie off the track. Then it'll be Jeff Jones and Austin Downing in the next pair. Of course, Austin, part of that great Racing Downing family in the Phil Dion ride. See what they do here. 031 Austin, 019 Jeff Jones. Austin is 466, 147. Jeff Jones, 642, 113. Mike Agnew, the King's Ransom Chevelle. Oh, a little dad-kid matchup. Mike Agnew in the Chevelle, the LAT Racing Oils Extreme Powder Coating Chevelle, and Kid Garrett. Garrett's in the Junior Comp Dragster. We'll brag about who has the better reaction time. The old man, Mike Agnew's 14 on the tree in the Chevelle. Goes 609, 112. Garrett is 6662, 109 is Sophie back up. DJ Homart over there in the Druschel family wagon. So the stunning 66 Nova wagon for Deej, taking on the equally stunning dragster out of Canberra Speed Shop, which Sophie kind of like owns. She lets her dad and mom play there, but you know how that goes. Now they're set. Move to DJ. DJ's out of the throttle in the wagon. Sophie goes 5:09.7, 134. And DJ is coasting. I believe that wagon's going to come to a stop at 1,000 foot with problems. Deej, thank you very much for pulling over to the side and coming to a stop. Appreciate that. Mark Mayashiro and Abigail Rogers backing up for their burnouts. And we're going to wait a second here. And Deej just stopped down there, and I'm not sure exactly what happened. And stunned to see that car have a problem. Big Cleat's going to jump on the quad, scoot on over there, throw DJ a rope as he opens the door there and gets out, and it's shucks, heck, darn, and what the heck happened? And pop the hood and stuff like that and everything. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hughes Performance, $25,000 shootout. Round 3 to the lanes, please. Hughes Performance, $25,000. Round 3 to the lanes, please. That means all you guys and gals that got wind lights last round can come to the lanes. Rash round. So shootout winners back to the lanes, please. Shootout winners back to the lanes, please. So there we go. Get DJ off the track. Abigail Rogers, the M&M Fuels dragster. And Mark Mayashiro, Team Tuna Tank. Be right side here in the Michelob Ultra lane. 013 Mark, 003 Abigail. Mark Maeshiro 497, 139 Abigail 663, 101. Her dragster far side, Chris Pintor. So Chris Pintor, the tire dude in from Santa Margarita over there, the Nova. Well, that was different. 528, 138. So Chris on the tail. Woo, Chris Pintor goes 001. Then that scoreboard says 655, 7, 108. Shootout cars, round 3 to the lanes, please. Shootout winners, round 3 to the lanes, please. Brian Cam, Camaro, and Kaylee McGibbon backing up in the dragster. Brian's 23 on the tree. Kaylee goes 014 RED 510 135. Brian Cam 801 85 miles an hour. Cooper Dreher and Sir James Hartzigan out of Escondido. That Mazier Enterprises Barracuda. James is 004 red. Cooper's 041 green. Sir James 578 118. Cooper 755 90 miles an hour. Pedro Valadez, the Firebird, and Dustin Wirtz with them big time players out of Idaho. They're set. Here we go. 011 red, Pedro. 011 green, Dustin. Dustin goes 4.393 158. Pedro 7.10 295 miles an hour. Tana Taylor, Mustang in from Idaho. LS powered Mustang in the big block 66 Malibu for Michael Urquhart in from Lake Forest down there, South Orange County. Shootout winners to the lanes, please. Shootout winners to lanes for round number 3, please. Tana and the Mustang is 0-11 on the tree. That's a pretty good race down there. 6-6-0-1-104 Tana Taylor. 6-7-0-102 Michael Urquhart, the Mustang. Stan Deming. The Kid Performance 76 Nova for the Old Mound. And Shelby Ray Schoenfeld. Miss Shelby out of Novato, the 70 Nova. .001 Red Shelby. How about that? Stan Demings. Hey, Pearson, the old man went perfect on the tree, just like you did. 624-2, 108 Stan. Shelby Ray, 677.5, 100 miles an hour. Kevin Johnson, Draper, Utah. That's the dragster far side. And Leslie Emery, the great town of Kuna, Idaho, for affordable transmissions. The S10 pickup truck, which, by the way, doesn't have the V6 under the hood anymore. Shootout winners, need you the lanes, please. Shootout winners, need you the lanes, please. Kevin's 004 Red runs down through there. 452, 152. Leslie Emery, 7021, 96 miles an hour. There's Austin Schoenfeld and Tristan Craig. That is one of the big-time players in from Henderson, Nevada, the Southern Nevada Motorsports, Craig Motorsports, dragster for Tristan, far side. Austin in from Magna, Utah. So round 3 of the Hughes Performance 25K shootout. Coming up in a few minutes. Right now, Tristan over there far side. Austin over here. Tristan's 004 red, Austin 013 green. Austin down there top end. Out of the throttle, 524, 98 miles an hour. Tristan goes 547, 124. And Austin coasting down there top end. Alan Brown, Jonathan Knoll, the Brown and Brown coupe over there, Big Block Chevrolet. And from Vista, I know somebody else who lives in Vista, and Jonathan Knoll. And for that great town of Mariposa, for Sierra Auto and Tire. Stick Shift Challenger. Johnson's 013 RED. Alan Brown, 587, 116. Jonathan, 696, 99 miles an hour. Sasha Hofer. So Randy Farside, Sasha over here. Miss Sasha 015 on the tree. Farside Randy the Nova 030. 691, 798 miles an hour. Farside Randy Sasha 736 0. 91 MPHers. Robert Neighbor and Kevin Shear. Miraloma far side, Belfair Washington right side. 007 Kevin, 457.5. 001 Red, 5033 Robert Neighbors. Greg Dreer and Neil Pressimone. The Quarter Pro Shifters Dragster. Neil coming back, Michelob Ultra Lane. And Bruno Casellas, Airflow Research Camaro, and Greg Dreer behind the wheel. Greg Dreer's claim to fame, he's Cooper's dad. '17 Pete's Diesel, Dragster, and Logan Pagano. Spends a little bit of time on the PA. So here we go. Logan's 004 red, Tyler's 40 green. Tyler down there top end, 470, 145. Logan is 791 4, 87 miles an hour. Final car, test and tune this session. The Hughes Performance 25K shootout coming out next, round number 3. Joel Hudson for Hillside Hay. He's the executive there, Serious Biz. The very cool Monte Carlo. Red light start for Joel. Right on down through there in that Michelob Ultra Lane. 657.7, 104, round 3 in the water box. Jay Kasem up to the microphone.
Well, thank you, sir. I do appreciate it. Mike English, as always, just an absolutely incredible job. Incredible. Wow, you lowered the chair on me. Oh, it drooped on its own. Okay, we're going to blame the chair. Oh, man, look at this for a lineup coming out here. Round number 3 doesn't get any easier. Not at all. Dennis Paz out of Stockton, the 65 El Camino. 676 to dial in on that machine alongside the Junction City, Oregon. Dylan Yu. Oh, man. How do you say you? I say how, you say you. I know, I'm teasing Michael. All right, here we go. 449 is going to give over a 2-second head start to that El Camino. Just because it's slower doesn't mean he doesn't have any chance. Dennis Paz has put on as many win lights in California as probably anybody you know. I was going to say, neither guy wanted to stage, and they both staged the exact same time. Tree comes down. Survey says they're all green. Dennis is out there at about half track when the dragster starts coming. Winlight says Dylan gets the job done. He gave up 100th of a second on the tree. Dennis Paz was 007 to an 017. Then 449 with an 8 on a 449 takes the win. Dennis runs 2 over the number and misses the other end by 5 thousandths of a second. Dylan in the dragster gets back around Dennis, and Dylan moves on to round 3. How about you? And it isn't going to get any easier next pair either. Mark Barnhout. Mark Barnhart driving the 94. Now that almost is sneaking up on Antique Back Motor Dragster. 4:59 the dial-in. Gets the head start, if you can imagine that. Daryl Wirtz driving one of the fastest cars on the grounds. Gets around him. 5:56 on a 5:55. Beats the 5:58 with a 6 breakout of Mark Barnhart. Man, check that out. 00 lights on both sides of the track. Mark slightly better with a 004. Daryl a little closer to the number with that 009. 56 on a 55 is good for the win. Mark tried to take a little too much stripe at the other end, and it cost him maybe 25 grand. Wow. Mikey, you should see this pairing right here. The professor, Thomas Bear, going 501 for a dial-in on his dragster. Marco Perevallaris, he's out of Novato. The Pinella Hoosier CRE, you name it, I got the sponsors. We're ready to go. 4:64. Half-second head start over to Tom Bear. I got news for you. Marco, if you think you're going to outweight Tom, we're going to watch auto start in action. Oh, baby, red light for Marco. He goes red by 13 thou. Tom gets the win light. 006 is good for the win. Tom runs it out and goes 5 thousandths of a second underneath his 501. 5 flat with a 5 at 138 miles an hour for Tom Bear. Marco runs it on out and goes a 65 on a 64. First guy to not run dead on the number after you red light. Well, you see everything in drag racing. Cooper Chun out of Vancouver, Washington. Dragster dialed in at a 5:15 alongside Larry Pittenger. Larry, 6'14", driving one of the door cars left here in competition. He's from Williams, Arizona. No surprise. 68 Camaro alongside the dragster. Lights are green and real close. Gets to the other end. The answer is win light goes to the door car. 16 with a... I'll try it one more time. How about a 14 with a 2 on a 14 for Larry Pittenger, and then a 16 with a 1 on a 15 for Cooper Chung, and that was 3 thousandths of a second down at the other end. 017 was the winning reaction time. 011 was the losing reaction time. Man, I'm telling you, these guys are fighting back for the stripe at the other end, getting the job done. 482. And, of course, you run an 88 with a 1 after you red lit, Tony. That's just the way that's going to be. Dragster ran through at 144 miles an hour. Man, how would you like to be knowing you're going up against somebody that's knocking the tree down and then runs at you at 144? Wow. Gabe Torres, 461, the dial-in on the dragster that you see over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Dean Bush out of Las Vegas. Not North Las Vegas, not even Henderson, just regular Las Vegas. 476 to dial in for Dean Bush. Not a lot of time separates the two. Tree comes down. Not a lot of time separated these lights. The 002 light beats the 004 light to the finish line. 76 with a 7 on a 76. 61 with a 6 on a 61. Yes, that's right. A 1,000th of a second finish line difference on a green no breakout race. That might be as tight as you're ever going to see. If you ever had that losing package, the losing best package, Gabe, I got news for you. You are an owner. Wow. Yep, you throw down a 0. Oh, buddy. That was just a tough race right there. There was really no losers in that race. Unfortunately, the win light only picks one guy. Ryan Magnus, the 67 Camaro. Got quiet out there all of a sudden. Race Kid driving the dragster. 4.69 for the dragster. So a second and a half head start from Ryan Magnus in the Camaro. 67 Camaro taking his time staging up. Ryan goes red by 6,000ths of a second. Rance Kid puts it up green, and that's about all you need to know at that point. Everybody breaks out at the other end. And Winlight comes up, Race Kid, as he goes a 67 with an 8 on a 69 dial-in at 147.9 miles an hour. And just like that, the lanes are empty. Test and tune, where are you? Test and tune, where are you? Here's our final car going down the track to make our 8-car field for the next round. This is KJ Diasa from North Las Vegas. Red light off the launch. KJ runs the other end, goes 482. He was expecting to go 485, and as the air comes in a little bit, as it starts to get cooler, that might have been a good little piece of information to know. Test and tune cars. Test and tune cars. Test and tune cars. You're more than welcome. Come on up. Test and tune cars. Come on up. Make your way towards lanes 5, 6, somewhere around there would be good. Sasha 05 to the green side, 739 or 732 with a 9, and then runs 91.64 miles an hour over in the three-way Chevrolet side. 643 at 113 miles an hour for the very fast X body. Brian Sherwood, the 97 dragster, got the motor in the front and the go-go in the back. 617 at 108 miles an hour. Started that out with a red light. Test and tune cars, test and tune cars. You do have a couple more minutes before we call the next round of the 64 car 25K used performance shootout, which is no longer 64 cars. I think we're down to 8 now. So I'm in the money. I'm in the money. Well, I'm not, but you guys are. Larry Geezy out of Redwood Valley. This 95 Daytona, man, this thing's got a bunch of motor under the hood. This thing flies. Wow, nice 578 at 117 miles an hour for the Daytona. Chad Axford goes red by just 0.02 of a second. Pedro Valadez runs through after a nice 006 light, 704 at 95 miles an hour. Chad's much quicker. The Mount Washington, Kentucky driver, how about you? 683 at 66 miles an hour. What happened there? Leslie Emery coming around making a pass. Alongside Michael Urquhart. Michael driving the 66 Malibu. Looks like a 67 to me, big guy. Leslie runs through 697 at 96 miles an hour. Michael runs through with a 687 at 101 miles an hour. Bright yellow dragster, 99 Yancer, out of Cottonwood, Arizona. Mike Ladon. Say that 3 times fast. Tim Arnswald out of Coachella, the 67 Camaro. Mark runs through the 491 at 138 miles an hour. 730 at 91 miles an hour for Tim and his 67 Camaro. Attention the pits, attention the pits. The used performance 64 car shootout, which right now is down to the dangerous 8. You need to make it to the lanes, guys. It's time to go. Round them up, bring them up, suit them up. Let's go. Got a quick question for you. Did you run the last round of the 64 car shootout? Did somebody hand you a time slip that said win on it in your lane, your car number and all? Well, you should be in lanes 1 and 2 right now. Cooper Dreher making pass number 19, I think. Not quite sure. This one happened to be red. The 1967 Comet Caliente. That's right, man. That car gets sexier when you put a Spanish name on it. Chad Axford. Yeah, things didn't work right the last time, so he brought it right back up here again. You're too far from home to have any problems. He goes 0-1-2 off a tree and then goes 470 at 147 miles an hour. Chad out of Mount Washington probably runs out at Beach Bend, I would think, probably quite a bit. Also, there's a couple other tracks out there that are definitely worthwhile. Not to mention, you're probably not too terribly far away from Indy. Says Mount Washington, Kentucky on here. Looks like we got a couple more test and tune cars, and then after that, we're going to the round of 8. Final call. Use performance. 64 car shootout. Larry Geezy back to make another pass. He wasn't fooling around. Man, I don't even think he took his helmet off. He just came right back around and said, I didn't like the way this stuff happened last time. We're going to give this one more shot. So after this last pair of cars, we're going to give a quick little cleanup on the start line just to make sure that everything's as perfect can be. And then we're going to get right back to racing again. Is because somebody needs $25,000. It's one of you guys, right? Somebody out there need 25 grand? I think so. We'd like to thank Used Performance for everything they do for the Silver State Refrigeration, West Coast Classic, Kevin and the fine folks out there sweating away in Phoenix. Of course, it'll be freezing here in a couple weeks. And then it'll steam again for a while. Man, you want to talk about a bad weather town. Yikes. Rob Strong staging up the Pontiac Power Firebird alongside the dragster. Neil Pressimone out of Las Vegas. That car's kind of fast, too. 482 at 142 miles an hour. 684 at 99 for the Firebird. All right, here we go. This is about to get fun, is what they say right here. Tom Bear out of Cherry Valley. He's a school teacher, and that's Teechur. 5 flats to dial in. That's about what that thing's going to run. KJ Dessa, 482 to dial in. North Las Vegas driver driving that yellow dragster. So Tom's going to get to leave first by just an itty-bitty little bit. Starts to get dark around the front of that tree. It gets pretty easy to perceive it. You got to sit there and figure, do I want to add? Do I want to subtract? What do I want to do? Not to sound like Bob Seger or anything, but what do I leave in? What do I leave out? Here we go. Tom Bear gets a lot of time in his life to think about what he wants to do out there at that tree. Got a lot of years of experience, plus teaching a lot of people. That's got to be worth something. KJ says, man, just give me a tree. I'll take it. I'll go. KJ goes red. Tom Bear goes 1 thou off perfect. Bear runs it out. 1 thou off perfect and dead on with a 0. Well, Tom, you left him all the room in the world. No wonder. I mean, that's kind of like just diving on your sword right there. Of course, he runs it out, and he goes 481 with a 9 on a 482, so missed his dial-in by 1,000th. Oh, baby. Tom Bear packed it up for a 1 thou pack. No, that wasn't wasted. You got to put those out there every once in a while. So Tom Bear moves on. Larry Pittenger alongside Dylan Who? How? Who is that guy? Goes 006 on the tree and then runs a 50 with a 5 on a 48 at 154 miles an hour. Started that out with a 006 and then takes a 3,000 stripe down at the other end. Larry Pittenger doing absolutely nothing wrong. 614 and 021 light. Runs a 614 with a 3 on the 13. Said, yep, that's what a good drag race looks like. And in the other lane, this is what a massacre looks like. And then takes a 3,000 stripe. Dylan, how do you do that? Next pair coming your way. Krista Sudam alongside Race Kid. Race going to go second there with a 467. Krista 480. Not a lot of difference there. Krista's been knocking the tree down, but what do you say about Race? Well, I'll tell you what, if there would have been people betting, I get you, probably a couple people would have lost it out. 481 with a 3 on a 480 after a 002 light. Krista puts Race Kid away. 467 comes up 468 with a 3 at 148 miles an hour. His 017 light alongside the 002, no chance. No chance at all. Race Kid, he took a ton of money out of here last year and gets put away in the quarterfinals. Hey, good news. You got money coming. Dean Bush alongside Daryl Wirtz. Daryl, what'd you do, man? Goes red by 0.04 of a second. Dean Bush, a nice 012 light. Runs a 77 with a 3 on a 76 at 143 miles an hour. Going slightly under, running it out. He 54 with an 8 on a 55. Daryl Wirtz making that trip down from Idaho. Does make the money. Baby. Back to a little bit of test and tune. Drivers, keep in mind, we will be calling you back a little bit quicker each time. We got 4 serious racers coming back, that's for sure. Logan Pagano says he's out from Travis Air Force Base, driving the double-aught Corvette. Runs nice. 790 at 88 miles an hour. Test and tune, we're closing in on the last few of you. Also, don't forget, guys, as the lights come on, or as they go out, I should say, make sure your lights come on. Bailey Neighbor out of Mira Loma, bringing a dragster up to the line. Bailey Neighbor, 462. Dustin Wirtz wanting to give it one more try, a 03 off the tree, and then runs a 438 at 158 miles an hour. .640 with a 0 at 114 miles an hour. The Lucas-sponsored Nova Runs nice, but got to work on that light just a bit as it comes up red. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is your 30-second warning that I'm getting ready to call the last 4 cars to the 64-car shootout. All right, semifinals. Semifinalists in the 64-car shootout, presented to you by Use Performance. Brian Schubert out of Lemoore, the 97 dragster. You realize that dragster's 26, almost 27 years old, and still out there getting it done. Joe Huddleston driving a 1984 Monte Carlo, small block for power. Nice car, runs 661 at 104 miles an hour. Bad light, though. That thing was real red. Over here at a Michelob Ultra, 04 off the tree, and then runs a 641 at 113.8 miles an hour. Got just a couple more cars. Here we go. 2 of the 4 are here. Krista, where you at? Leslie Emery driving the 94 S10. Gets the green light of the pair. Shelby having a problem with the Nova. Light went red. Car just kind of moseying on down the track at this point. 1344, 54 miles an hour. 696 at 96 for Leslie. Shootout, shootout, shootout. This is your call. Shootout, this is your call. Use Performance, 64 car. $25,000 on the line. Well, there's more on the line than that. $25,000 to win, $5,000 to runner up. How in the world could you complain about that? I think that'd be a hard thing to do. Check that out. And $2,000 to the semis. That is some sweet, sweet payout. Four-speed car getting it done. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. The kind gentleman that brought up the right stuff, proving that you're part of the folks that have the right stuff, need you to swing on back and pick up your goop as your goop is sitting here ready to go back to your pit. Do appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much. Well, anytime you help a racer in need, it brings good karma to your pit. Trust me, it does. Attention the pits, attention the pits. I got 3, I need 4. I got 3 and I need 4.
Well, she went this and she went that.
Used performance shootout cars were ready for you. Used performance shootout cars were ready for you. As this is getting to be down to the tight one. All right, guys, down to 4 cars. Everybody, let's put on your hats and let's see who's going to win all this money. I'll tell you what, this is getting to be a lot of fun right out here now. I hear some cars coming. Mike, what do you think?
I think they should be coming. Semifinal round for $25,000 presented by Hughes Performance. Dean Bush being that three-way Chevrolet lane at 477, and Dylan Howe for Cascade Trailers, Mom Mindy and Dad Brian, that whole bunch up there at 449 in the Michelob Ultra lane. Semifinal round. Hughes Performance 25K shootout, $2,000 to the two that go out this round, and not one of these 4 cars is interested in that $2,000. They want that $25,000 and a chance to take me to dinner. Okay, I may have lied about part of that. Just thought I'd bring that to your attention. Yeah, they're not worried. Thanks, Jay. You're right. They're not worried about $25,000. So Dylan comes up right side. Dean over there out of Las Vegas. Dean goes in, lights that second light, waiting on Dylan Howe. He is in and set. Here we go to the final for $25,000, and it's a red light start. Dean Bush 007 RED. Dylan is 15 on the tree. Dylan Howe goes 15 on the tree, dead on 6 for the win. It goes to the final for $25,000 as Tom Bayer, Professor Tom Farside, Shane Thompson's Silver State Refrigeration Team car, and Krista Sudan for KS Industries, our track champion here in the Summit Series in Super Pro. Krista at 479, Tom Bayer at 499. Somebody going to race that Dylan Howe. And a chance for $25,000. Krista, Tom, Dylan down at the time slip, waiting to see who's going to race. Krista's in, Tom Bayer's in. They are clean and they are green, and Tom Bayer may have stole this one off that starting line. Tom Bayer 018, 2 over 501 with an 8. Krista missed that tree and goes 480 with a 3 on that 79 dial-in. Unfortunately, it was 064. Tom Bayer is going to race one of his graduates from his drag racing school, Dylan Howe, for $25,000 in the Hughes Performance Shootout. Whew. Boy, that's a wear out. That's for sure. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Those of you who need ice, this is the last call for ice. Last call for ice in the tower, please. Marissa, just turn around, pay attention to what you're doing. So, last call for ice in the tower. If you need to get bag ice, you need to come up to the tower now. Test and tune lanes are still open. If you'd like to get another time shot, test and tune lanes are still open. The Hughes Performance 25K shootout final round will be the last two cars to go down the track on this Thursday, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. So if you want to get a time shot, come into the lanes now. And Marissa said now. Right along, Hoppy? David Meyer, far side. That's that dragster out of NorCal. And Robert Neighbor, the Corvette. With crew chief extraordinaire, Chad Neighbor. Ooh, Robert's 004. David's 021. David's 471. 147. Robert Neighbor 503. 141 in the Corvette. Dustin Wirtz. 433.5. 161 earlier today. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Hughes Performance. 25K shootout finalists to the lanes, please. Tom Bayer, Dylan Howe. To the lanes, please. See what Dustin does here. 440, 158, Dustin Wirtz. So the finalists in the Hughes Performance 25K shootout, that would be Dylan Howe, Tom Bayer. Need you to the lanes to run for the trophy and $25,000. Okay, let me put it to you this way. Tom Bayer, Dylan Howe to the lanes, or I'm going to start singing.
Oh, no.
They just left their cars and took off to get up in the lanes. Tom Bayer goes, give me the golf cart. Gina, you bring the car up later. I don't want Mike to sing. By the way, winner's circle pictures and interviews in the Famosa Drag Strip winner's circle right behind the tower here at the staging lanes. The final round will be Professor Tom Baer, the Tom Baer School of Drag Racing, driving Shane Thompson, Silver State Refrigeration Dragster, and one of his graduates, Dylan Howe, Mindy's boy. Mom's back home, by the way, watching on the Famosa Drag Strip Facebook page for $25,000 in the Hughes Performance $25K shootout. Just waiting for the finals to get set. Hughes Performance, $25,000 shootout. Final round. for $25,000. Tom Bayer being that three-way Chevrolet lane, and Dylan Howe, the Cascade Trailers dragster. Bayer and that Silver Straight Refrigeration, the great sponsor of this race. Bayer at $4.99 for the Professor, and his graduate Dylan Howe chasing him in that Cascade Trailers dragster at $4.48 out of Junction City, Oregon. It don't get much better than these two. And don't forget, winner circle interviews in the staging lanes right behind the tower here. Get your picture taken. And a check from Chris Forsythe as part of that Silver Straight Refrigeration West Coast Classic. But this is the Hughes Performance 64 car, $25,000 shootout, the final pair. Tom left, Dylan right for the trophy, which is that very cool trophy, by the way. Dylan's dad standing behind him, Brian Howe. Tom's wife, Gina, standing over there behind him. Head start far side. Dylan is pre-stage. TB lights up first light. Taking their sweet time. Dylan's in. Tom is in. Here we go for all the cheeseburgers and $25,000. They are clean. They are green. They're 1,000 difference in reaction time. Tom Bayer, dead on 3:021, takes out Dylan House, dead on 8:020. That was 4 thousandths of a second at the stripe, and the win light to Tom Bayer, 0:21. Dead on 3, takes out Dylan House, 020, dead on 8. How about that, baby, for $25,000? 4,000 at the stripe, and Tom Bayer takes home that Hughes Performance $25,000 shootout check, and there'll be winner circle pictures in the staging lanes here, and a big-time check to Gina Bayer. Well, we'll give it to Tom, but we know it's going to Gina. What a great job by both teams there. And Brian Howe and Gina Bayer out there, they're like, holy cow, that was good. One more car. One final car, Zach Ealing, the old man's El Camino. So the family Elkie with the BBC. Mike stand down there watching his boy Zach. Going to be racing for 10 grand tomorrow on Kid Performance Friday. Part of that Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. To close out Thursday, Tech Lane 8, please. Tech Lane 8, please. Pre-stage is Zach. Bumping it in to light that second light. Now he's set. 12 on the tree. Zach Ealing. 6, 57, 6, 102. That wraps up Thursday, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Winner circle pictures in the staging lanes there with Tom Bayer. My name is Mike Inglis, along with Jay Kasem and everybody at the West Coast Bracket Races and Formosa Drag Strip. Thank you very much. Come on down to that staging lane. You can get a Tom Bayer autograph. Yes, Kathy Beebe, that was pretty good, wasn't it? Not bad at all, especially if your name is Tom Bear. Mark Dawson, second level of the timing tower, please. Mark Dawson, second level of the timing tower, please. Give that. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. Let's turn that baby down a little bit, just like that. And let me give you a test right there. That should be pretty good, I believe. Okay, we'll try that. There we go. That works. Come on. Come on, Kaylee. Hurry up there. I'm hungry. Take your pictures. Okay. We're done. Tom Bayer, how about Hughes Performance? $25,000 paycheck there, and your wife runs off with it.
That's atypical, right? So
That's normal, right? Absolutely. Great job, my friend.
she's buying furniture. I think she's already got it ordered. So yeah,
Oh, it's a good thing you won because she already ordered it.
Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. There's a good chance that she ordered it in the semis. Yes.
There you go. And you beat in the final a kid that's pretty good that went through your school, and you like trained your own assassin.
Yeah, Dylan is probably one of the top 5 racers on the West Coast right now. Top dragster, super comp, and this. So he's a bad hombre. He's doing really well.
Well, you taught him. Congratulations, my friend. $25,000. That feels pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah, the old Silver State car got her done today. She's 24 years old, so she was getting her done.
Almost as old as you. Oh, you're buying dinner. Did you know that?
It's half the age that I am.
Oh, wow. Congratulations, buddy. Good job, man. Proud of you.